Good, thank you very much. Thank you.
Resignations, Mr. Rivita.
إذا يجي عشان ما يتكلم زين لازم يشوفونه يقولوا يجي إذا بيتكلم هو ها إيه عنده يصير. They said 500 people are attending this EC, yeah?
Yes.
Big number here and online.
And then
Here.
please the one.
But it's good when we have too many people. It's good. It's good.
It's probably discipline as every
And we should find our DEM output directly through.
You already show it, huh?
Yeah, it's already shown, so you can just need to say it. It will be super quick.
Huh?
Say, and I'll ask you to.
We have to adapt this.
Will it adopt?
I did know.
Yeah. Okay. So
They have to
just
adapt?
for showing.
مرحبا بكم مجددا. It's good. Let them say hello to each other. إذا مرحبا بكم مجددا. أدعو النظر إلى القرار 5/11/1. انظر إلى القرار الذي تم اعتماده. وبهذا ننتقل إلى البند التالي من جدول الأعمال، البند 2. نبدأ بالبند 2.1 تقرير رئيس المنظمة العالمية للأرصاد الجوية. أود أن أحيطكم علما بأنه وكما هو محدد في اللائحة 8/6 بين قوسين، فإن تقريري في وثيقة المعلومات 2.1 يقدم معلومات عن أنشطة المنظمة والإجراءات المتخذة نيابة عن المجلس، والتي تتطلب إقرار بموجب اللائحة 8/7 بين قوسين. ثانيا، البند 2.2 تقرير الأمين العام. أدعو الأمين العام لتقديم تقريرها. تفضل سيدي.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I will be very brief on the assumption that this report has been already well read by all of you, but it's just the necessity to highlight what I believe is are the main outcomes of the last year, from June 2025 to today. And so the next slide, please. I would like to start with what I believe are very positive outcomes of this year. In particular, the 75th anniversary of the WMO that we used to enhance the visibility of what we do. And that was also connected with the Extraordinary Congress, where we had a high-level meeting with very important political and participation in terms of the President of Mozambique, ministers from several countries, and the presence of the UN Secretary General. I think this was a rather highlight in our history, and I wanted you to really take the pride on what you've been working on to achieve this collectively, and the particular call to early action on early warnings, a call to action that it's already well spread around the world in terms of how we can accelerate the implementation of early warning systems. And then I mentioned in my opening remarks that the One WMO, the Secretariat transformation, with the idea of having a more agile and also less top-heavy, but fundamentally more connected, interconnected organization, that I'm really quite proud of that results. and specifically because it was handled in the transparent and inclusive way. And the strategic plan that, of course, is underway, you will be discussing that. But for me, the fact that we had the foresight exercise and the regional consultations engaging many members is something that we also may be proud of. On the next slide, is just a highlight on the early warnings for all. This is the result of the work of many of your experts through CERCOM, translating what was the call on early warnings for all into the technical regulations to make sure that we have in place the normative work. Because in the end, as you all know, we are well known by setting the standards, setting the right tools, and setting the normative work behind what we need to push forward. And this milestone, which is really the result of your work, I want to highlight that, was also supported by a very interesting report I invite all of you to read, Early Warnings for All in Focus, where we really showcase where are our members in terms of their capacity for delivering early warnings. Of course, we have a strong responsibility as the Secretariat to engage at different levels beyond, not only with members, but beyond through partners and other players within the arena and the ecosystem of meteorology, hydrology, and of course, climate. And then on the next slide, it's just to mention and call your attention into the several activities that engaged executive management, visiting the different regions, different countries, promoting the agendas, the regional agendas, and in the end, enhancing the visibility of what we are doing in different spaces. That is, of course, supported by a lot of agreements and MOUs that you have the list to check on them, including partnerships, including academia, including governments, including philanthropists, and so on. And then, as I mentioned at the very beginning, engagement is through many, can be done through many strategies, but again, for me, the participation of 2/3 of our members into the preparation and consultation of what WMO we want for the upcoming financial period is extremely relevant, important, and I want to emphasize that. Partnerships also go with the UN system and the UN system engagement. And as you know, the UN system is currently undergoing what is called the UN 80 initiative, aimed at the response to the UN, to the request of members to be more effective, agile, fit for purpose, avoid the overlap of mandates and the implementation. And several discussions are taking place under this. We are heavily engaged in this process, but as I mentioned before, I think that we as a collective need to be aware that we are well ahead in terms of how we are implementing the call of the UN 80. COP30, and I want to also emphasize the importance of what was our role, providing scientific and information for decision making. And for the first time in our history, WMO was invited to open the high-level segment of COP30. I think this is unique for us, where we presented essentially the state of the global climate for 2025, and I think it's an event for visibility that it's very important and relevant. And last year, there was a lot happening in the area of cryosphere. particularly because it was the first year when the International Year of Glacier Preservation was commemorated, and WMO, together with UNESCO, we had a very strong role there. We played a very strong and visible role, and for us, it is extremely relevant to be present in this agenda because, as we all know, the cryosphere is taking more and more relevance for all of us, regardless of whether we live or not in areas with high mountains or polar regions. So this is in terms of engagement. And before moving into the next slide, I'm moving fast because I think we need to really be very efficient in our session, but something that you are all very interested in knowing where we are in terms of resource mobilization. It was previously mentioned, the commons, but in general, we are diversifying the funding base. We have cruise, we have soft, we have the commons. Overall, we had an increased extra budgetary income in 2025 of around 37 million Swiss francs, which is 28% above what we used to have in the previous year. So that is a good accomplishment. And this, is, in essence, is implemented through 68 projects that involve much more money than the 37 millions, but the projects have different time spans, so from 1 to 2 to 5 years. So the pledges are around 140 millions, but every year you can have different results. But this is something that entails a lot of efforts from different areas and partners, so I want to acknowledge that. And also identify that specifically for the Early Warnings for All initiative, we were able to mobilize 18 millions in 2025. We are also moving into new channels, in particular, the GCF accreditation is underway to make sure that we are able to support countries individually or groups of countries with projects around 20 million. And I hope that this accreditation works fine. I want also to emphasize the importance of donors, both through soft mechanism and cruise initiative, because they bring a lot to this organization, as the president highlighted in his opening remarks. And we are promoting the soft impact bond. And tomorrow, I invite you to participate and engage actively in the roundtable, where we will be discussing the commons, soft and cruise, and how they complement each other, and how we can really embrace and make sure that our mandate can be translated into real action thanks to this support that we get from different members and donors. And the next slide, maybe a very brief mentioning to our internal digital transformation and also how we advanced our agenda. I don't want to go into the details, but from the KIMI digital transformation, the quantum ERP enhancements on HR modules, things that we've been discussing in FINAC, and possibly we will be discussing them again on Thursday or Friday. And also on the accountability. For me, we need to translate what we say into real actions. We speak about accountability, we speak about modernization, we speak about efficiencies, and these are the elements that we've been putting in place to become a more agile, a more digital, and more effective organization. In terms of the Youth Action Plan that you approved last year, and I'm very proud to see that the first WMO Youth Network was launched with 103 youth youth focal points that were nominated in only 1 month. That, in a way, that strong level of response indicates how important is to really engage and bring the youth community on board. The sooner the better. And they had, and I want to thank also the government of Japan and JMA in particular, because they hosted the first meeting ever of our youth network in January. On the next slide, something that we already mentioned, but translated into the results, you know that thanks to the reorganization and the transformation, we got important savings, but those savings came, of course, with cutting 19 positions, most of them, 12, at the D2, D1, and P5 levels. So that was also aiming at keeping our middle age, middle career colleagues with us, and making sure that the institutional memory and the institutional capacity is well represented. But out of this, I want to emphasize the importance of having had a very transparent and also member-driven process in terms of how we engaged and how we were communicating every single step to our membership through different mechanisms without going into the details. Last year, without putting in place the transformation, because you know that the transformation started this year, we achieved savings for 5.5 million. And again, thanks to the Swiss government, because part of this saving comes from their generous forgiveness of our loan for 2025 and for 2026. And when I speak about one WMO, it is also because I do feel that it's about a collective effort from the Secretariat and the members, and that's why I highlight the huge work undertaken by the task force on modifications to the strategic and operating plans to identify all the elements where we can delay or postpone. You will be discussing this, but to analyze more than 200 outputs was a huge task, and I think that it's something that collectively we need to acknowledge. Finally, my last slide is, I will not repeat what you have on your left, which is what we have as outstanding assessed contributions. I would like to finish with the positive side of this slide on your right, where you can see that thanks to the efforts by the EC Task Force, and thanks to the efforts of the reorganization, and thanks to the efforts of being always attentive on how we can really navigate these financial challenges, we already have 6 million of cost reductions from the transformation, and 7.5 million are forecasted to be saved in 2025 from our regular budget. So still, of course, we are concerned and we are always monitoring and being very active to make sure that we do not risk the functioning of the organization. With that, Mr. President, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, الأمين العام. Good job. والآن المجال مفتوح لأي ملاحظة للأمين العام أو أي تعليق. شكرا لكم. شكرا أيضا للأمين العام. ننتقل الآن إلى البند التالي، البند 2.3 التقارير الأخرى. الآن أدعو رؤساء الاتحادات الإقليمية للتعبير عن آرائهم في مدخلات مدتها 5 دقائق لكل منهما. أولا أدعو السيد رئيس الاتحاد الإقليمي الأول أفريقيا السيد فاتني لتقديم تقريره. تفضل سيدي.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. President, Dr. Abdallah Al-Mandus, dear Secretary General, Professor Stesaulo, dear EC member, dear observers in the WMO Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen, I am presenting the report of the Regional Association 1 as follows. Since the 17th session of the Executive Council in June 2025, Regional Association 1 has made significant progress in implementing its regional priorities in the key WMO decisions. Despite the persistent challenges related to limited financial resources, staffing shortage, and the aging infrastructure, RA1 has continued to strengthen observing networks, early warning system, digital transformation, hydrological services, and the capacity development across Africa. The region has also advanced regional cooperation, innovation, gender inclusion, and climate resilience. RA1 governance and management. The officers of RA1 remain unchanged. However, the Executive Council welcomed new officers following the retirement of the 2 permanent representatives. The RA1 management group and all subsidiary bodies, including the Committee on Infrastructure, Services, Capacity Development and Research, the Hydrology and the Water Coordination Panel, and the Gender Coordination Committee, held their annual meetings either virtually or in person. These meetings reviewed progress, assessed the priorities, and updated work plans. Key achievements: approved new regional WIGO Center for good coverage across Africa, continued progress in the implementation of the Global Basic Observing Network, GBON, with 44 of 54 African members now meeting the minimum GBON station requirements. Deployment of 22 WISE toolbox and automated data loader systems significantly enhanced real-time data exchange and operational data sharing across the region. Strong progress in the early warning for all initiative, with 28 members having conducted national consultation workshop, 19 members having developed national roadmaps, and a further 11 roadmaps in the development. More than 76 of African members have adopted CleanWave websites and the common alerting protocol tools, strengthening impact-based forecasting and the warning dissemination. Expansion of peer-to-peer support, twinning programs, and the training activities, particularly in quality management system, hydrology, and operational services. Establishment of national gender focal points across RA1, accompanied by awareness session on the WMO Gender Action Plan and the exchange of experiences and the best practices among members, and the production and the release, the State of Climate in Africa report. From AMCOMET point of view, the implementation in the resource mobilization plan for the Integrated African Strategy on Metrology was endorsed by the African Union Commission, reaffirming the strategic importance of meteorological and hydrological services for sustainable development across the continents. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, key challenges can be eventually skipped captured in the introduction, RA1 continue to face significant challenge, including limited national budget allocation for meteorological and hydrological services, shortage of qualified personnel, aging in the inadequate infrastructure, and there's a need for sustained investment to ensure the long-term sustainability of capacity development initiative. Recommendation: RA1 recommends to sustaining the implementation of early warning for all initiatives through 2027 and beyond. Second, promoting greater recognition of the contribution of women in meteorology, hydrology, and the climate services, supporting the responsive adoption of artificial intelligence to strengthen service delivery, and enhancing coordination between members, the regional office, and the secretariat throughout the design, implementation, and the evaluation of projects to maximize impact-based and sustainability, while continuing to value the important contribution of development partner in the regional projects. I thank you very much.
ثانك يو. شكرا السيد فاتني رئيس الاتحاد الإقليمي الأول، شكرا لك. ثانيا أدعو رئيس الاتحاد الإقليمي الثاني دكتور أيمن غلام لتقديم تقريره. تفضل سيد أيمن.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will speak in Arabic, please. أشكر لكم منح الكلمة سعادة الرئيس، سعادة الرئيس، سعادة الأمين العام، سعادة رؤساء الاتحادات الإقليمية، سعادة رؤساء اللجان الفنية، السادة أعضاء المجلس التنفيذي، السيدات والسادة. في هذا الاجتماع أشارككم عن بعد لتشجيع توجهات المنظمة في ظل التحديات المالية الحالية التي تمر بها المنظمة، وتفعيل استخدام التقنيات البديلة المتاحة مع التزامي بمهام عملي كرئيس إقليم آسيا RA2 على أكمل وجه، حيث أعمل ونائبي ومكتب إقليم آسيا وجنوب غرب المحيط الهادي لإيجاد الحلول المالية التي تمكننا من إنجاح خططنا التشغيلية في الإقليم في ظل التحديات المالية التي تواجهها المنظمة. وهذا يتماشى مع ما ذكره سعادة رئيس المنظمة في كلمته لإيجاد مصادر مالية بديلة. ويسرني أن أرفع إلى مجلسكم الموقر تقريرا عن التقدم الذي حققه الاتحاد الإقليمي الثاني آسيا منذ الدورة 79 للمجلس التنفيذي. فقد واصل الإقليم من خلال فرق العمل الإقليمية ولجان التنسيق وفريق المهام أداء أعماله بكفاءة وفعالية، بما في ذلك متابعة مخرجات الاجتماع العشرين لمجموعة الإدارة التي عقد في يونيو 2025. وقد جرى توثيق حالة تنفيذ الأنشطة عبر لوحة متابعة الخطة التشغيلية للإقليم الثاني، ويمكن إيجاز أبرز المنجزات فيما يلي. أولاً، شهد الإقليم تقدماً ملحوظاً في تنفيذ مبادرة الإنذار المبكر للجميع، حيث قامت 6 دول أعضاء بإعداد خرائط طريق وطنية متكاملة للمبادرة. ثانياً، حقق المشروع التجريبي مازو أوربان خطوة نوعية عبر تطوير Intelligent Agent. ثالثاً، استمرت منتديات التوقعات المناخية الإقليمية، بما في ذلك منتدى الآسيان للمناخ، ومنتدى شرق آسيا للتوقعات المناخية الشتوية، ومنتدى القطب الثالث للمناخ، في أداء دورها المحوري كآليات للتعاون الإقليمي. رابعاً، يقترب مركز المناخ الإقليمي لشبكة القطب الثالث من استكمال إجراءات اعتماده الرسمي ولله الحمد. خامساً، شهد تنفيذ نظام الرصد والتوقعات الهيدرولوجي العالمي هايدرو SOS، ونظام إدارة قواعد بيانات الأرصاد والمناخ والهيدرولوجيا وأداة التقييم الديناميكي للموارد المائية وأنظمة التنبؤ بالسيول المفاجئة تقدما ملموسا من خلال مشاريع متخصصة في الإقليم. سادسا، تم تأكيد التمديد التشغيلي واعتماد مراكز الأرصاد الجوية الإقليمية في بكين وطوكيو. سابعا، أنشأ 16 عضوا عقدا تشغيليا ضمن نظام معلومات المنظمة ويز 2. ثامنا، أسهم المؤتمر الخامس عشر لمستخدمي أقمار الأرصاد الجوية في آسيا وأوقيانوسيا الذي عقد في مدينة شينغ داو بالصين في أكتوبر 2025 في التوصل إلى اتفاقيات جديدة لتبادل بيانات الأقمار الصناعية الجغرافية عالية التردد بما يعزز مباشرة قدرات الرصد والكشف ضمن ركيزة الإنذار المبكر للجميع. تاسعاً، اختتم مشروع هانغتشو للبحث والتطوير بنجاح، وانتقلت مخرجاته التشغيلية المتمثلة في نماذج عالية الدقة تصل إلى 100 متر لدعم عمليات جوية خاصة بدورة الألعاب الآسيوية الشتوية في هاربل لعام 2025. عاشراً، تم إنشاء شبكات افتراضية للمستشارين الدوليين ومراكز المنظمة العالمية للأرصاد الجوية في الإقليم. 11، حتى يونيو 2026 بلغ عدد المشاريع النشطة في إقليم آسيا 12 مشروعاً باستثمار تقارب 24 مليون 68 فرنك سويسري، إضافة إلى عدد من المشاريع الجاري تطويرها. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، سعادة الأمين العام، اسمحوا لي أن أشير إلى أن التقارير الدولية تؤكد أن قارة آسيا تشهد ارتفاعا في درجات الحرارة بمعدل يقارب ضعف المتوسط العالمي، الأمر الذي يؤدي إلى تزايد وتيرة الظواهر الجوية المتطرفة وحدتها، لا سيما في الدول الأكثر هشاشة بما في ذلك أقل البلدان نموا والدول الجزرية الصغيرة النامية. وتواجه دول الإقليم الثاني تحديات غير مسبوقة في مجال تقديم الخدمات، وفي المقابل تبرز فرص واعدة من خلال مبادرات مثل الإنذار المبكر للجميع ومرفق تمويل الرصد المنهجي سوف وغيرها من المبادرات الدولية. كما يبرز الإقليم بصورة متسارعة كمركز عالمي للابتكار التقني، خاصة في مجالات الذكاء الاصطناعي والحوسبة عالية الأداء والوصول الرقمي إلى منتجات التنبؤات الجوية المدمجة بآليات إيصال الخدمات، بما يمنح دفعة قوية لتحديث خدمات الأرصاد الجوية والهيدرولوجيا. وأخيراً سعادة الرئيس، إن حجم التحديات والفرص يؤكد الحاجة الملحة إلى حضور فاعل وقوي للمنظمة العالمية للأرصاد الجوية في الإقليم، بما يضمن تقديم حلول أكثر كفاءة وتأثير. وفي هذا السياق أوصي الاتحاد الإقليمي الثاني في قرار RA2-18 بزيادة عدد مقاعد المجلس التنفيذي ضمن مسار الإصلاح الجاري. كما يجدد الإقليم دعوته إلى تعزيز الأنشطة المرتبطة بالإنذار المبكر وزيادة الدعم الموجه لبناء القدرات وتعزيز التعاون بين مرافق الأرصاد والهيدرولوجيا الوطنية والمؤسسات الأكاديمية، إضافة إلى إيلاء اهتمام أكبر بأنشطة الهيدرولوجيا والموارد المائية، خاصة في مجالات تغير المناخ والحد من مخاطر الكوارث، إلى جانب تعزيز حضور المنظمة على المستويين الإقليمي والوطني. أشكركم على حسن استماعكم جميعا.
شكرا لك دكتور أيمن غلام، رئيس الاتحاد الإقليمي الثاني. شكرا لك. الآن أدعو رئيس الاتحاد الإقليمي الثالث أمريكا الجنوبية السيد مينغو لتقديم تقريره. تفضل.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll do it in English, please. Sorry, in Spanish. Muy buenos días, señor presidente, señora secretaria general, a todos los miembros del Consejo Ejecutivo de la OMM y bueno, una vez más, esta asociación regional tiene una alta alternancia. Sin embargo, la composición ha evolucionado bastante. Hoy tenemos todos los miembros del Consejo trabajando. La condición también de alta alternancia nos lleva a algo bien significativo. El señor Waldo Lavado sigue como asesor hidrológico, que es importante destacar, atendiendo a todos los cambios regionales y locales que tuvieron. La asociación no tuvo en este periodo ninguna reunión como tal, pero sí se convocaron 2 reuniones del grupo de gestión. Ese grupo de gestión fue una 32ª reunión y la 33ª, y en ella se aprobaron el plan de acción de la Asociación Regional 3 2024-2027, que incluye 36 actividades y también el establecimiento de 3 nuevos equipos de expertos, especialmente en el ámbito de la hidrología. También se ha designado un coordinador regional de género que depende directamente del grupo de gestión. La contribución al grupo especial, un grupo especial sobre el establecimiento de prioridades de las actividades también estuvo presente. Los exámenes de los progresos realizados en la elaboración del plan estratégico también, con aportaciones regionales conexas. Se ha decidido cancelar la fase 2 de una 19ª reunión de la Asociación Regional 3, inicialmente prevista para este año, y se convoca a la reunión en el 2027 entre octubre y noviembre. Los órganos subsidiarios tuvieron una muy buena condición estructural a hoy. Podemos decir que tenemos el apoyo de expertos en educación, desarrollo de capacidades sobre género y sobre juventud. Y durante el periodo que se informa, otros 3 equipos también, como les había dicho, hidrología, y en ese ámbito se pudo dar valor agregado a toda la cadena de datos hidrológicos. En el Comité de Infraestructura se sigue la ejecución del WAIGOS y el fortalecimiento regional de toda la coordinación en este caso. En el Centro Regional WAIGOS de la Argentina ya está en funcionamiento y en el Brasil avanza hacia su implementación piloto. Se han realizado progresos en la ejecución del CIO 2.0. Ya varios miembros están compartiendo sus datos de superficie con fines operativos en ese formato requerido. Otro esfuerzo es establecer un centro meteorológico regional especializado en predicción a corto plazo en el Brasil, y está previsto que entre en funcionamiento este mismo año. En la parte de servicios se ha logrado importantes fortalecimientos en el sistema de alerta temprana y sobre todo los servicios climáticos en la región. En el ámbito de alerta temprana para todos, Ecuador y Guyana han avanzado en sus progresos o procesos nacionales de implementación en el mapeo de partes interesadas. En el mismo contexto, se han completado las evaluaciones rápidas del Pilar 2 en Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, Guyana, Paraguay y Uruguay. A nivel regional también se aprobó el plan de acción de la Asociación Regional, ya habíamos comentado. Y el informe del estado del clima en América Latina y el Caribe se publicó con contribuciones de expertos de la Asociación Regional 3 y por supuesto los compañeros de la Regional 4, que presenta un hito clave en el suministro de información climática también. Comité de Hidrología y Recursos, habíamos comentado que se fortaleció ello, y estos esfuerzos contribuyen a mejorar los servicios de vigilancia e información sobre el agua, y también en el aumento de, sobre todo, más datos en el ámbito de la variabilidad del clima y los riesgos relacionados con el agua. Para el ámbito de ciencia e innovación, hubieron muchos procesos de comunicación, intercambio de conocimientos, y hay que destacar en el ámbito de los proyectos en Andes Más, que continúan apoyando el desarrollo, y no olvidemos también a la CIMED, la Conferencia Iberoamericana de Directores de Meteorología e Hidrología, que siempre sigue fortaleciendo el intercambio y el fortalecimiento institucional, de hecho, de los servicios meteorológicos. También CRUZ, otras actividades regionales sobre predicción numérica y, bueno, la cartera de proyectos asciende a activos en un total de 12,8 millones de francos suizos. 6 miembros de la región están beneficiados por el momento. Y para terminar, dentro de la predicción de fenómenos meteorológicos extremos y cooperación regional, se está avanzando en una planificación sobre la ejecución de un programa de predicción de fenómenos meteorológicos extremos en la subregión de la cuenca del Río de la Plata, y se espera que esta iniciativa también pueda fortalecer capacidades de predicción de los países a nivel subregional y después llevarlos a toda la región. Sí quiero destacar la necesidad de que el multilateralismo siempre mantenga el proceso de cooperación. Cooperación implica entonces que todos podamos apoyar de manera transversal, y ese es el desafío que nos da esta OMM con sus 150 años de servicio. Muchas gracias.
شكرا السيد مينغو رئيس الاتحاد الإقليمي الثالث. ننتقل الآن إلى رئيس الاتحاد الإقليمي الرابع، أمريكا الشمالية وأمريكا الوسطى والبحر الكاريبي، السيد إيفان توماس. تفضل سيد إيفان.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I must greet Secretary General and the Secretariat, as well as, of course, all members of the Executive Council this morning. I referred, of course, to information document 2.31 in brackets, and our report begins on page 11. Of course, I'll just be giving a brief précis of what is contained in that report. So at the 25th, at the latest meeting of the Regional Association 4, the session that was held in March of 2025, I was returned as president. Luz Graciela Morales de Calzadilla was returned as vice president, and we are joined by Peter Clark as regional hydrological advisor responsible in the Regional Association 4. I would also like to point out that at that regional session, we continued our discussions with respect to the regional priorities, particularly as it relates to 2028 to 2031. So we took a look at a number of the priorities that we were moving forward within the region, and a number of discussions took place. One of the things that we did was to activate the subsidiary bodies of the organization, looking at the working structure and ensuring that it was fit for purpose. Of course, we do want to also ensure that there is alignment where the working structures are concerned with the technical commissions, and of course, delivering well on the requirements of the organization. We, along with as one of the subsidiary bodies that we pulled together was the Hurricane Committee, which had its meeting this year in March of 2026. And we continue the work of the Hurricane Committee, which we consider to be a very important committee of our regional association. So we had that meeting, and we continued to develop the program of activities surrounding the tropical cyclone season that we experience in our region on an annual basis. Technical matters were also discussed, a number of them. One of them I would like to point out is the severe weather forecasting program for the Caribbean that we are continuing to pursue as we support each other in the sub-region of the Caribbean. And this program was actually expanded during the course of this year to now include the entire Caribbean region. Also, among the items that we've been pursuing in RA4 is the early warning for all implementation. And we may already be aware that 4 countries from our region were initially selected for the implementation of early warnings for all and have been developing or have developed their plans for EW for all. Of course, we also are having our plans being tested with the incidences of severe weather that have occurred in our region. So we are a bit of the belief that we are pursuing our early warning for all initiative very effectively. And we are seeing the results of the work that has been done. Hydrological coordination panel meetings have been continuing in the region as well. And the region also had members supporting with contributions to the Global Water Resources Report that was submitted during the course of the year. We also have been looking at the implementation of projects under the Voluntary Cooperation Program, and that has been getting some attention as well. I would also like to point out, just to close, that the management group also has met within the RA4 structure. And the last meeting was held in January of 2026. This was held in Houston, Texas, in the United States. And there were a number of gaps that we identified in our region, and we've been working very assiduously to ensure that we close these gaps and we deal with the issues that have arisen. I would just point out a few of those issues. The budgetary constraints of the WMO, of course, were given some attention, and how we adjust our plans in accordance with those constraints. We also looked at the progress in aligning our regional subsidiary bodies with those of the technical commissions. We looked at the uneven observational network coverage that we identified in our region as well, and sought to find ways that we could work together to ensure that we close those gaps. We looked at the concern of the language barriers, high staff turnover within our member states, the quality of management. All these were discussed at our management group meeting. Also, the uneven adoption of the WIS2 across the region. The full transition of GTS is targeted in this period of 2030 to 2033. And we also discussed the rapid expansion of AI-assisted forecasting tools. And we looked at the implications of some of these changes, some positive, some, of course, causing some challenges, or ensuring that we had to look at how we deal with those as we move forward. So this is just a brief look at some of the things that we've been doing in RA4. Thank you very much.
شكرا السيد إيفان توماس رئيس الاتحاد الإقليمي الرابع. شكرا لك. الآن أدعو رئيس الاتحاد الإقليمي الخامس جنوب غرب المحيط الهادي السيد فيفيتا لتقديم تقريره. تفضل سيد.
Mr. President, WMO Secretary General, Executive Council members, ladies and gentlemen, Malolele and greetings from WMO RA5. It is my privilege to present a summary of the key activities and major achievements of Regional Association 5, the Southwest Pacific. Following phase 1 of the 19th session of RA5, held online in September 2025, RA5 has transitioned to renewed leadership. I'm honored to lead the association, together with our Vice President, Mr. Misaeli Funaki of Fiji, and our Regional Hydrological Advisor, Mr. Yuma Bani of Vanuatu. At the session, RA5 adopted 8 resolutions and 4 decisions, including 12 regional priorities and the updated RA5 operating plan for 2025-2027. The association also refreshed its working structure with strengthened mechanisms for services, infrastructure, hydrology, tropical cyclones, early warnings for all, and research. This revised structure aims to better align the association's governance and technical mechanisms with the WMO global structure and strategic priorities. Mr. President, despite the vast geographical challenges and diverse needs of our region, RA5 has made significant progress. Early warnings for all remains one of our central priorities. The 5 initial focus countries in RA5, Fiji, Kiribati, Samoa, Solomon Islands, and Tonga, have conducted national workshops and developed implementation roadmaps. Additional countries such as Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste, and Vanuatu are being supported to follow suit. In the Pacific, the Weather Ready Pacific program, endorsed by the Pacific leaders, continue to serve as a key vehicle for implementing early warnings for all at the regional level, complementing national level efforts. This includes in-country workshops to implement common alert protocols and the impact-based forecasting and warning services. It has also already demonstrated concrete Pacific achievements. Tonga's first weather radar is now daily operational use and enabling earlier and more specific and more early actions, warnings, and television weather services. PIP-M and PIP-MT graduates return to our Pacific home to strengthen national forecasting services, and regional observations network planning has brought countries together around a shared pathway to strengthen the infrastructure that early warning depends on. We have a clear pathway to implement our priorities under the Weather Ready Pacific, and the development partners in the region can join in. In the Southeast Asia, members, the Secretariat, Early Warning for All partners, and the ASEAN are working towards a regional roadmap aligned with the ASEAN disaster risk reduction priorities. The Severe Weather Forecasting Program, sub-regional programs in Southeast Asia and the South Pacific continues to prove and to provide essential capacity development and operational support. On climate services, the ASEAN and the Pacific Island countries' Climate Outlook Fora continue to convene, providing essential and providing consensus-based seasonal outlooks and supporting climate-informed decision-making. In the Pacific, the Regional Climate Center Network is now going through the designation phase. This is especially relevant in the light of the impending El Nino that is upon us and in the Pacific Ocean. The State of the Climate in the Southwest Pacific 2025 report has been developed and is scheduled for publication in July. In hydrology, progress has been made through the Hydro SOS, Flash Flood Guidance System. Operational flood forecasting pilots are underway in Fiji and in Tonga, and a new Japan-funded project supporting flood forecasting and early warning in the ASEAN countries. In observations and infrastructure, RA5 has advanced airborne implementation, and our regional WICO centers in Fiji and Indonesia are delivering mandatory functions in pilot mode. WIS 2.0 implementation is also progressing, with 8 RA5 members having installed WIS 2.0 nodes. Satellite activities had advanced through the RA2 and RA5 joint task team, including a CAP analysis and the development of an interactive dashboard to support multi-hazard services. Regarding the WMO extra budgetary projects in the region, 9 active projects support 16 RA5 members funded by CRUISE, the EU, and the US, amongst others. Several other projects are in the pipeline. All these are key for implementing our operating plan. In the Pacific, the review of the Pacific Meteorological Strategy is also underway and provides an important mechanism for the Pacific Islands to help align regional priorities and to support the implementation of the WMO RA5 operational plan. The Secretariat of the Pacific Environment Program, SPREP, has established a dedicated climate science and information program to support the coordination of meteorological activities in the region under the Pacific Meteorological Council, who are meeting here in Tonga in September. Mr. President, WMO Secretary General, I would like to invite you to our shores to attend the 4th Pacific Ministerial Meeting on Meteorology in Tonga to meet our Pacific ministers on the 25th of September. Finally, RA5 has launched a rapid communication mechanism linking directors of national meteorological and hydrological services, permanent representatives, and the Secretariat to strengthen engagement and coordination. Mr. President, RA5 remains fully committed to strengthening resilience across the Southwest Pacific through better services, stronger infrastructure, translating science into practicality practice of life, and enhanced regional cooperation. I thank the Executive Council members, yourself, Mr. President, the WMO Secretary General, and all partners and donors for your continued support. I wish to thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. Malo pito.
شكرا لك سيد فيفيتا. وبالنسبة لي أجهز نفسي للقدوم لهذا الاجتماع الوزاري إن شاء الله. شكرا لك. والآن أخيرا أدعو رئيس الاتحاد الإقليمي السادس الدكتورة إلينا لتقديم تقريرها. تفضلي سيدتي.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear President, dear Secretary General, dear member of the Executive Council, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to provide a brief overview of the activity and achievement of Regional Association 6 during the intersessional period between EC 79 and EC 80. Over the past year, ERA 6 has continued to advance the implementation of the WMO strategic plan through strengthened regional coordination, enhanced service delivery, and close collaboration among members and partners. Particular attention has been given to priority areas such as the Yearly Warning for All initiative, the design of the Regional Basic Observing Network, the application of artificial intelligence in service delivery, strengthening water and heat resilience, and improving climate and water services. The ERA 6 Management Group has maintained active oversight of regional priority, ensuring alignment with the WMO operating plan and Executive Council decisions. Through regular meetings and strategic consultation, members have identified key regional needs and priority and strengthened collaboration across the region. At the same time, significant challenges remain. Rapid assessment conducted under the Yearly Warning for All initiative revealed substantial capacity gaps in several countries of our region. While support has largely focused on least developing countries and small island developing states globally, many middle-income countries in Southeast Europe, the South Caucasus, and Middle East continue to require urgent capacity development assistance. This need is becoming increasingly pressing as our region experiences more frequent and intense weather, climate, and hydrological hazard. We also continue to face challenges related to data sharing and accessibility, participation in WMO activity, and limited human and financial resources in some national meteorological and hydrological services. Furthermore, the already unstaffed Regional Office for Europe experienced additional staff reduction at the beginning of the year, which have further constrained our capacity, hindered the implementation of our activity. Despite this constraint, notable progress has been achieved. Work on the Regional Basic Observing Network has advanced, including the identification of key observational requirements for flood monitoring. Members have been supported in hydrological data sharing, the registration of hydrological station in Oscar surface, and the transition to the WIS 2.0. The implementation of yearly warning for all has progressed through the preparation of a national roadmap for Armenia, the establishment and recent launch of the ERA 6 support exchange platform, and targeted outreach activity promoting multi-hazard yearly warning systems. The ERA 6 also strengthened its climate and hydrological services. The European State of the Climate 2025 report and the first regional statement on water resource were successfully published. Regional Climate Center coordination continued to expand, supported by workshop and strategic planning activity to better meet members' evolving needs. Furthermore, the second regional scientific forum in Prague brought together the scientific and operational community to promote an earth system approach and strengthen resilience to water and heat-related risks. Additional webinars and workshops focused on artificial intelligence, climate services, observation, hydrology, and information systems. Looking ahead, capacity development remains a central priority. We encourage members to make full use of the ERA 6 support exchange platform and to strengthen peer-to-peer cooperation to address persistent capacity gaps and accelerate the implementation of the yearly warning for all roadmap. In conclusion, ERA 6 remains committed to support its members through collaboration, innovation, and solidarity, while continuing to strengthen weather, climate, water, and yearly warning services across the region, including i.e. digitalization and other innovative solutions and projects. Thank you so much.
شكرا دكتورة إلينا رئيس الاتحاد الإقليمي السادس. شكرا لك. والآن أدعو رئيس لجنة البنية التحتية الإنفكوم السيد ميشيل جان لتقديم تقريره. تفضل.
Thank you very much. Good day, distinguished colleagues. My apologies for not being with you this week, and my thanks to the President for the opportunity to briefly report on the state of INFCOM. More details can be found in the information document. Advances have been accomplished along the three infrastructure pillars at the core of the WMO Convention, namely WIS, WIGOS, and WIPS, and across the different domains of the Earth system. On WIS, we currently have 100 WIS-2 operational nodes, a parallel WIS-2 test infrastructure, and a network of 11 WIS-2 champions to further accelerate the WIS-2 implementation. On WIGOS, the development of an important strategy document, the Vision for WIGOS 2050, is progressing in preparation for INFCOM 4, covering surface and space-based observing systems across the domains of the Earth system. Enhancement of observational capabilities through the Systematic Observation Financing Facility, SOF, is ongoing. During its investment phase across 23 countries, a total of 301 surface stations and 57 upper air stations are planned to become fully operational and contribute to meeting GBON requirements. On WIPS, you will recall that through Resolution 3, Congress Extraordinary 2025, INFCOM was requested to develop a new WIPS strategy to replace the WIPS collaborative framework and the WIPS roadmap valid for the period 2022 to 2026. Responding to this request, the Standing Committee on WIPS initiated the development of the new strategy. The draft division of WIPS is a globally integrated, equitable, and scientifically advanced prediction systems that enables every WMO member, regardless of capacity, to access world-class weather, climate, water, and environmental prediction products. A first draft of the new strategy is available and has been circulated to stakeholders in May. Their feedback will be incorporated into a revised draft that will be presented to INFCOM for this coming November. The Joint Advisory Group on Artificial Intelligence has been established, meeting 5 times so far, and has discussed the following high priority topics: scaling up AI pilot projects to operational implementation, engaging with the private sector, defining principles for legal support and agreement for NMHSs in their engagement with private companies, and strengthening AI capacity development for members. I will conclude by saying that under the current circumstances, we have accomplished good work, thanks to the dedication of our experts, and my thanks to members allowing them to contribute, and our Secretariat staff. I'm also happy to see the increasing appetite of funding agencies to support our work. This being said, I note that this needs to be factored in and done in a very careful way in order to avoid putting at risk the integrity of our basic infrastructure and the long-term sustainability to our members. With this, President, with your indulgence, I would like to give the floor to the Director General of ECMWF, Dr. Florian Pappenbagger, who would like to make a short statement. Thank you.
تفضل.
Thank you very much. I think the long-standing collaboration between WMO and ECMWF, with the strong support of our member states, is clearly delivering already a global benefit for the meteorological and hydrological community, and I thank for giving this floor and this strong collaboration. I think a good example is our contribution to the WMO-led Systematic Observation Financing Facility, SOF, which is really strengthening forecast capabilities in developing countries and improving equitable access to essential meteorological data. Building on ECMWF's operational forecasting capabilities and the commitment of our member states to broaden access, we've developed a dedicated real-time data set providing the core parameters needed for Earth system forecasting. We deployed this first successfully to 61 SOF beneficiary countries, and I'm really proud now that we're extending this capability to all WMO members. And since the 10th of June 2026, this dataset is available globally, supporting forecasting capabilities and contributing to early warning for all, thanks to ECMWF's member states who made this possible. I think reflecting this broader role, this dataset will now be renamed and will be in the future be called the WMO Support Dataset. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك. شكرا للسيد ميشيل جان، وشكرا للسيد بابن بيرغ، مدير عام ECMWF. شكرا لكم. ثانيا أدعو رئيس لجنة الخدمات سيركوم السيد أيون ليسك لتقديم تقريره. تفضل.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning to everyone on this very, very hot week here in Geneva. Actually not as hot as the United Kingdom this week, I might add. The report can be found in information doc 2.3(2) from pages 6 to 8. So please read it at your leisure. And if you've got any further questions, I'll be delighted to take those. I'm going to be here all week long, so please don't be shy. Come and grab me for a chat about anything you see within that document. Just a quick summary. The focus very much from a Services Commission point of view for the last 12 months since the last Executive Council has been focusing on the realignment of the priorities on our work programme for 24 to 2027, early 2028. Obviously, the fiscal impacts on the WMO as a whole have had a significant impact on what we set out to do and what we can realistically achieve over the lifetime of our intersessional period. The management group of CIRCOM, which I'm very proud to say is 50% male and 50% female. So I wanted to get that in there as well. Met face-to-face in Cape Town in RA1 in late December of last year. And we had some very, very difficult discussions about prioritising what we can retain as is, Tier 1 activities, what we can reduce from the work programme for 24 to 27, so that's reduction, and what we will, very difficult decisions, have to actually put on the back burner, or as we call within the Services Commission, refrigeration. Okay, we can get the microwave out if we find ourselves with more money and actually put things back to life subsequently. So we have the 3 R's: retain, reduce, and refrigerate within the services work programme for the next 2 years. That work, or that meeting, has heavily informed our contributions to the task force on prioritisation, which has been referenced a few times. So it was a very natural evolution of that work. And obviously you'll see later on this week what that means in terms of Tier 1 activities, continue as is, early warnings for all, obviously top priority, continues as a high priority for us. But then those activities where we will be very necessarily doing some reductions in what we can do, and a few activities where we will be going to the 4th session of CIRCOM here in Geneva in the week beginning the 19th of October to basically pray forgiveness for not being able to deliver on what we said we were going to deliver when we had the CIRCOM session in Bali in 2024. The priorities very much revolve around early warnings for all, about getting our technical regulations. The absolute core mandate of the Technical Commission is to set global standards, guidance material for members, examples of best practice, and a range of guidance material. And that remains very much at the forefront of what this Commission will be doing over the next couple of years in the run-up to CIRCOM number 5 in early 2028. That means we will be undertaking a significant review and update of the service sections of the WMO technical regulations and supporting material as well. That will be an absolute priority. And we'll be having conversations at CIRCOM 4. This will come up this week also about the cataloguing of hazardous events and the addition of geophysical hazards to the hazardous events list. We'll be having a conversation at CIRCOM 4. And there's a brief reference to that in the decision doc number 1 here today. Just a couple of other highlights which I just wish to make, very, very important ones. We are reviewing the flood forecasting framework within the Services Commission, working with our colleagues on the infrastructure side and, of course, on the research board to do a better job globally of having a resilient way, sustainable way of providing the next generation of flood forecasting moving forward. That's been a big piece of work, as has the operationalisation or proposed operationalisation of the Hydro Seasonal Outlook System, Hydro SOS, which again we've been working very closely with our colleagues in infrastructure and the research board on those particular activities as well. And it would be wrong of me not to also mention that we're heavily involved in supporting the Joint Advisory Group on AI, with all that the AI brings to us in terms of potential applications, in terms of the way we produce forecasts, disseminate forecasts, make the forecasts and the warnings a much easier way of getting them out the door and to those that use them into the future as well. And this will be one of the topics which at the Services Commission full session here in Geneva, we'll have a technical conference on the middle Wednesday. We'll be working closely with a range of partners, including HMEI, on putting together an exciting forward look into what early warning services looks like beyond early warnings for all into the beginning of the next decade. And of course, that will be exploring things like various AI applications within it. I'll leave it there, Mr. President. The report is there for everybody to see and read. I'm a very, very friendly president and will be delighted to take any questions over coffee, over lunch, or at various other venues around Geneva. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك سيد إلى أيان ليسك رئيس لجنة الخدمات. شكرا لك. والآن المجال مفتوح لأي ملاحظات من قبلكم. شكرا لكم. تفضلي الأمين العام.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I would like to acknowledge the great work done at the regional level and also by the technical commissions, certainly aligning with what we already decided as at Congress, but also understanding the financial context. I think that early warnings it comes in all the reports, as well as AI, as well as G-bond, R-bond, depending on the region, and also the tropical cyclone or all the activities along those lines. So I think that there are elements here to recognize where our members are putting their efforts. And I think that we will be supporting them. I want to acknowledge also the remarks by the Director General of ECMWF, Dr. Florian Papenberger. I think that he mentioned something that is extremely good news for our community in terms of sharing the data from ECMWF for forecasting purposes, enhancing the capacity of the whole world. And I do appreciate the name WMO Support Dataset. Thank you very much to ECMWF. Thank you very much for the member states that are supporting this. And I think that is through partnerships that were already mentioned by other regions like SPREP, CMET, and other partners across the world that we can accomplish our mandate. Thank you very much.
شكرا للأمين العام. أيضا وأكرر شكري ل ECMWF. شكرا لكم. إذا لا يوجد أي ملاحظات أخرى، وبهذا أود أن أحيطكم علما بما يلي. سيتم النظر في بقية التقارير ضمن بنود جدول الأعمال ذات الصلة، وسيتم اختتام مسودة مشروع القرار 2/1 في اليوم الأخير من جلسة المجلس التنفيذي، وذلك بعد استكمال تقارير نقاط الاتصال. وبهذا أعطي الكلمة إلى النائب الثاني للرئيس سيد أوين موران لاستكمال أعمال الجلسة والانتقال إلى البند 3.1 من جدول الأعمال، مبادرة الإنذار المبكر للجميع. تفضل.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks to President Al-Mandous for chairing an excellent session this morning. Next, we turn to, excuse me 1 second, please. Thank you. Sorry, I was just adjusting the translation button. So next we turn to item 3.1, that's early warnings for all initiative. We have one decision and one which is set out in document 1, which is currently in second draft form, I believe. And there's also an information document associated with this item on the mini website. It outlines the report of the chair of the Technical Coordination Committee. So in order to introduce this draft decision and the interventions that we've received already prior to addressing this agenda item, I'm going to hand over to Andrew Tupper to talk us through the decision. Thank you very much. Over to you, Andrew.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. We have a short presentation. Perhaps we can skip the first 2 slides and move to the next material. We will come back to the draft decision. So for those who are at the TCC meeting in March, this is a shorter version of the presentation that was given there with some updated content. The main activities over the last year, as the Secretary-General has already highlighted, the release of the Early Warnings for All in Focus report, along with the call to action from the Secretary-General, and along with the Extraordinary Congress passing the early warning technical regulations, all in October last year, with obviously enormous efforts by all, were very significant. Alongside that, we have been working on increasing the strength of our relationships with the pillars. As we know, Early Warnings for All is not just a WMO effort. It's an effort driven from the top of the UN, and as such involves all the players. And we've been working on the work with the partners in that respect. The developments of roadmaps, the country-led activities have continued, as we have heard in the reports just now. And we have been moving towards focusing on the implementation of the new regulations, particularly with the development of the guide to early warnings, which will be considered by CERCOM later this year. Alongside that, outside the WMO context, there is also a broad cross-cutting discussion that's becoming more prominent in terms of the future of the Early Warnings for All effort, which was announced for 5 years, as we know. And I might come back to that at the end. Next slide, please. As we have also heard, there is a great deal of project activity with quite significant total value in terms of the sum pledged. And on the right of that screen, perhaps a reminder of the obvious point that activity is focused towards areas that are considered most in need. And so, as we heard from the presidents of the regional associations there are obviously differences in need and differences in the amount of activity. Within those different investments in different regions, there are obviously country differences as well. Next slide, please. A particular area of focus has been continued improvement of the Early Warnings for All dashboard, which is available online publicly, to improve the global indicators, the indicators of implementation, the information about individual country capacities, and the monitoring and evaluation team in WMO and more broadly in the early warnings for all effort have been working quite hard at this, and the site has improved considerably in the last year. The aim is to have a transparent, evidence-based foundation to support members, donors and partners in designing and targeting interventions, including extra budgetary initiatives, and I might say in tracking progress that is made under these interventions. So for those who have not looked at the dashboard recently, I strongly recommend it. Next slide, please. This slide is a slide that we, across the 4 pillars of early warnings for all, presented to an advisory panel meeting a few weeks ago. The meeting was co-chaired by the Secretary General, and the meeting attracted senior leaders from many agencies, particularly including UN agencies, but also partners. In that meeting, we highlighted as a collective that whilst there has been a strong improvement in the reporting of multi-hazard early warning systems under Sendai arrangements, while many countries are receiving some form of financial or technical support, there is a lot of support being given by the various early warnings for all pillars. There are many national roadmaps being implemented or being developed. Many people reached, and a large general improvement across the board in the maturity of early warning systems. We emphasised that is still very much work in progress. And despite us being able to assert progress in every region, there were still areas not necessarily well covered, and countries that required much more work or assistance. And again, I think we heard particularly from the presidents of the regional associations on that point. So in this, I simply want to comment that with the increasing discussion about the future of early warnings and the passing of the Congress, the technical regulations by Congress, and the universal awareness that the job is not yet done, there is a strong opportunity over the remainder of this year and next year to really engage with all of our partners in these important discussions about the future. Now I think we will move to presentation of the draft decision. So we have received a number of interventions, Mr. Chair. And
yeah, thanks very much. We might put that document up on the screen again, please. Thank you very much, Andrew, for that background and the context underpinning this particular proposed decision. And we've had a number of interventions prior to the meeting. Thank you very much for those who've provided those right up to this morning. So I think we've had interventions from 4 members of the Executive Council. So I might go through those in order. I hope they're chronological. Let's see. The first was from Ken Graham. So I might invite the Kenneth Graham's alternate to perhaps outline the intervention that was provided in the document we have on the screen.
Thank you, and good morning, colleagues, or good evening, good afternoon for those online. Sure. So in the we took this intervention or this suggested language change in the context of the ongoing review of our operational plan and focusing on core activities. So we just simply feel that that successful delivery of the mission of NMHS in and of itself is something that can help raise its visibility. So instead of focusing on studies, we wanted the focus and efforts to be on all of the activities to bring member services, multi-hazard early warning systems and ability to provide them for their citizens to the front of it and spend the resources, time, money, energy on improving the capability for early warning systems versus studying the impact, because in and of itself, if you are capable of successfully delivering your mission, then your benefit to society is realized, and that in turn can then bring further resources to the member states. So that's our general reasoning behind this intervention. Language change.
Thank you very much. And I see that we also had two interventions, one from Professor Endersby and one from Dr. Nomura on the same section, I think. So I might hand over the floor to Professor Endersby's alternate to perhaps address that proposed intervention. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Vice President. It was purely an editorial change related to the update from Ken Graham to align the documents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I see we had an intervention from Dr. Nomura. So I might hand over to Dr. Nomura to outline the rationale behind the proposed change.
Yeah, this paragraph, regarding this paragraph, so there's editorial correction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right then, the floor is open for any additional comments for the suggested recomposition of section 4 of the proposed decision. Would anybody like to take the floor in relation to this section? We'll hand the floor over to the President of CERCOM. Over to you, Ian.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a bit of additional context. This talks to CERCOM. Again, at the management group meeting of the Services Commission in December last year, there was very strong support, unanimous support from the management group that the development of guidance materials and toolboxes to support NMHSs in order to demonstrate the benefits that they bring, not just for early warning services, but more broadly than that in terms of the service they bring, was very, very strongly supported. So with the text that's there, I'm delighted that actually that very strong support from the management group appears to be backed up by Executive Council being happy with us taking those studies and providing that guidance to members as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Would anybody like to take the floor? Before we move on to the next section, right then, we might move on to the next intervention. And we have section 5, and we have a proposal to delete that section. So I might hand back to Dr. Nomura, please, to outline the rationale for that proposed deletion.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding WMO cataloging of hazardous events, I believe that as discussed and agreed at the EC 76 and the extraordinary session of CERCOM in 2025, whether to include non-hydrometeorological hazards such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions into the catalog needs high-level policy consideration and decisions at CGEC after coordination with relevant international organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nomura. Would anybody like to take the floor to address that particular suggested change? Again, we have the President of CERCOM seeking the floor. Over to you, Ian.
Again, I haven't got a problem. All we were doing here is EC 79 asked us to go away and think about this. We haven't had CERCOM 4 yet. We will bring a paper to CERCOM 4 where the additional or consideration of additional non-hydrological meteorological hazards will be considered and discussed, and we'll bring back the outcome of that discussion back to EC 81. So we're just doing good governance here and saying we haven't forgotten everybody. We are doing something. We'll report back early next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that update. Mr. President, that's useful to understand where this particular item is in relation to the activities of CERCOM, and we're looking forward to the update of the outcomes of your deliberation in relation to this matter at EC 81. Right then, we only have a few minutes left in this session. I understand the interpreters are willing to give us 5 minutes. Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. So we'll move on to the new proposed part 5 of this decision, which has been proposed by Koshkan. So Dr. Koshkan, the floor is open to you to outline the rationale for the text for the new part of this decision number 5, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I fully support the early warnings for all the welcomes. The progress under this important global priority. I believe that the infrastructure dimension of early warning services could be reflected more strong in the draft decision. With WIPs and related data and warning exchange mechanisms are essential for the effective implementation of early warnings for all. I therefore propose the text. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Volkan. Would anybody like to take the floor in relation to the proposed text? I don't see anyone seeking the floor. Right then, thank you very much. We might have time then to take the next intervention from Dr. Nomura. So that's the new number 6 suggested change to the text. So I might ask you, Dr. Nomura, to provide your rationale for this suggested change, please.
Yes, so thank you, Chair. Regarding the priority activities contributing to early warning for all, I'd like to recall that the EC 78 has already identified the priority activities contributing to early warning for all to be done by CERCOM and INFCOM. Also, the Extraordinary Congress in 2025 adopted amendments to include technical requirements for early warning services into the technical regulations. Therefore, what we should do at this stage is to accelerate these priorities toward the end of 2027 within the available resources under the ongoing difficult financial situation. In this regard, I'd like to propose amendments to explicitly state this in this decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nomura. I see we have the President of INFCOM seeking the floor. So over to you, Michelle.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I apologize to come back to point number 5. We're fully supportive of the intervention by Dr. Koshkun. For the sake of completeness, if we are to name the infrastructure component, we should be adding WIGAS as well there. Thank you.
Thank you. We might add a reference to WIGAS in the text, please. Thank you very much, Michelle. Right then, going back to the proposed new text for part 6 and taking into account the explanation provided by Dr. Nomura, has anybody any comments or observations or otherwise they'd like to make in relation to this particular section? Okay, I don't see anybody seeking the floor. Right then, and of course, as presidents of the technical commissions. So as the presidents of commissions are not members, they're observers, we have a proposed change from Michelle in relation to section 5, which adds a reference to WIGAS. Would anybody have any objection to the proposal to including that text as outlined there in section 5. I don't see anybody objecting to that particular change. So through the chair, we're accepting that text. Thanks very much. It's now 1:01, so I propose we pause and we return at 2 o'clock. So we'll see you 2 o'clock. And we'll also hand over for any announcements from the conference facility. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a couple of announcements this morning. The photographs will be taken outside as you exit the building to your right, our usual spot. Would like to request participants to be as quick as possible to allow this process to move on smoothly. The other announcement is there will be a sessional meeting going on at in Salby on constituent bodies, subsidiary bodies from 1 to 2, and we'll see everyone back here at 2 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. See you back here at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. So we continue item 3.1. But before I do so, we had a number of queries in relation to the access to the work in progress document on the mini site. I might ask Stefano to explain the status of that document, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification, we use the work in progress document, especially for sessional committees or something that is worked out through a 3 years of sessional meeting. In this case, the document, simply the document 1, draft 2, with changes that we have received very, very recently, as if we were asking you to raise those changes from the floor and typing live. So we just anticipated a little bit your intervention and put them in the doc 1 draft 2 these changes. So it's not exactly a whip. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it isn't quite a whip. It's a time-saving mechanism of taking comments that were received early in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, and actually putting them into the document so that we have them ready to go. And it's the equivalent of perhaps asking people to provide their comments online or during the plenary session. Right then, I hope that clarifies that query. Right then, folks, we might put the document in question on the screen, please. And I believe we had stopped at part 7. We had yet to move on to part 7 from memory. Okay, so we had finished discussion on the new part 6, and we're about to move on to the next part, which had been proposed by Dr. Koshkin. So the floor is yours to outline the rationale and the reasoning behind your proposed change to the decision.
Thank you, Mr. President. I note that the Capacity Development Panel now plays a central role in coordinating capacity development activities. Together with RTCs, it is an important part of supporting members in the implementation of early warning services. I therefore propose the text. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Floor is open for any comments or questions or queries that anybody might have in relation to that particular suggested change. We have the chair of the research board, Amanda.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to note with regard to this suggested change that the research board would be pleased to also contribute to strengthening capacity development activities, since we represent the academic sector.
Thank you very much. So it's adding the research board to that list in the first sentence. So we might, if I understand, the proposal is to add the research board to that list. And as yes, of course. We might just type that in, please. Right then, has anybody any objection to the proposal to add research board to the proposed text? Right then, so we've accepted the recommendation from the chair of the research board. Right then, we might move on to the proposed section 8, which again has been proposed by Dr. Koshgun. So I'll give the floor to you to perhaps outline your reasoning for that suggested change.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that the important role of RISE in supporting regional cooperation, peer learning, and the exchange of good practice could be reflected stronger in the draft decision. I therefore propose the text. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Falcon. Anybody, any comments or observations or suggestions in relation to that proposed change? Okay, I don't see anyone seeking the floor. Right then, so with your permission, I will move to proposing that we approve the draft decision as we have just discussed it before lunch and just after lunch, and as we have it on the screen in front of us. Has anybody any objection to moving to a decision to accept draft decision 3.1/1 as we have outlined in the document here in front of us during the plenary? I don't see anybody seeking the floor. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. This is not objection. These are general comments. KMA welcomes the progress made in the Equal for All initiative and support the direction of this draft resolution, aiming to support members' implementation of early warning services through refining WMO technical regulations and guidelines. Particularly, the revised draft WMO technical regulations will be submitted to Circum4 and Incom4. I anticipate that the upgraded version will be helpful to each member's early warning services in practice. At the actual implementation stage, the areas that members need assistance differ, such as lack of observation data, forecasting capability gaps, insufficient warning delivery systems. Accordingly, WMO's support for the implementation of the initiative should begin with needs assessment and assisting in the identified areas. And I look forward to socio-economic benefits from early warning services to be accessed as not only economic damage reduction, but also as accomplishments in actual responses, including preemptive measures taken by disaster reduction agencies and prompt public action. In reference, KMA is implementing early warning system for hazard weather through issuing tremendous heat wave warning, sending emergency warning via mobile phone with 40 decibel, namely very big sound, via cellular broadcasting system due to the catastrophic heavy rain. Additionally, KMA subdivided warning zones into smaller regions, generating information on the potential for the hazard weather using AI technique and strengthening cooperation system with government ministries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Right then, so unless anybody has any objection, I propose that the Executive Council approves draft decision 3.1/1 as we have discussed on the screen just now. Right then, the decision has been approved. Thank you very much. Next, we move on to agenda item 3.2, advancing integrated polar and high mountain observations, predictions and services. This involves one resolution and one document, which is at draft 3 stage. It should be on the mini site. And we're considering document 3.2, which is on the mini site as well, which is advancing integrated polar and high mountain observation predictions and services. Within that, we have draft resolution 3.2. So I'm going to hand the floor over to the chair of FORS, Dr. Roar Scallon, to introduce this item and resolution 3.2/1. Over to you, Roar.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So I will present this item in my capacity as co-chair of the panel on Polar and High Mountain Observation Research and Services, FORS. And I would like at the beginning to thank the other co-chair, Rob Argent from Australia, and the whole FORS panel, which has contributed to this work together, of course, with the Secretariat. So let's go to the next slide, please. So the FORS met in New Zealand in February. And the main topic of that physical meeting was to discuss our input to the next WMO strategic plan, and most importantly, to prioritize the different inputs and suggestions for input. We identified as our highest priorities 1, sustaining and expanding standardized in situ cryosphere observations, and 2, improving the accessibility and use of data related to the cryosphere through WMO systems. We all know that cryosphere observations are amongst the most challenging and most expensive data that we collect. Therefore, we should ensure that the data are available to everyone, so we do not have to duplicate efforts. And we should ensure that we collaborate on setting up instruments and other systems in order to collect this data, because we are in many parts of the world working in areas where the footprint should be as low as possible. So collaboration is a key. If we are able to achieve better or more observations and better data sharing, that will underpin the need for monitoring of the cryosphere, for the services that we need, as well as for the international collaboration in polar and high mountain regions. Next one, please. So those two priorities, sustaining and expanding observations and improving the accessibility and use of data, will also be WMO's main contributions to the next International Polar Year, IPY5, which is in 2032-33. So our recommendations, which we ask you to endorse here, is to request FORS to develop a WMO action plan for IPY5 to submit to EC81 and Congress 20. To request INFCOM in consultation with FORS to provide coordinated strategic leadership in the delivery of a global cryosphere watch implementation plan to strengthen cryosphere data and metadata exchange, address user needs, integrate additional data sources, and support our contribution to IPY5. To urge members to engage in IPY5 and support cryosphere-related activities and promote exchange of cryosphere data. I should say here that WMO and the members of WMO were very active in the previous IPY4 in 2007-9. And finally, to request the Secretary General to make the necessary resources available within budgetary provisions. So let's go to the next slide, please. If we succeed, what will be the benefits for WMO members? You see some illustrations here. I'll comment on a couple of them. billions of people on the Earth depend on the glaciers for supply of fresh water. Our glaciers act as water towers to ensure that we have access to fresh water throughout the year. Monitoring what is happening to the glaciers are therefore essential for water resource management. The other one I would like to comment in particular is infrastructure and operations. We know that in the polar regions there are changes going on. That will affect the way we use the Arctic and the Antarctica. To be able to ensure that we have the infrastructure needed, not to duplicate it, will be important. And to be able to secure the operations that's going on there, and the operations, especially in the Arctic, are changing dramatically, will be important. So I think if WMO can provide observations and data and metadata for the polar regions as well as the high mountain regions, that will provide huge benefits for our members. With that, I will leave the resolution and going through that to the Secretariat. It will be done by Narelle. So please, Narelle.
So if we can put up the, we have a work in progress document. This is because we had some discussions and negotiations already this morning. And this reflects the latest state of the document. I would also say that the changes and interventions are actually very minor. So first of all, you can see here there is a change in the title. This was just an error on our part in the Secretariat of not updating it. So one part of the document read with research and the other part prediction. So this is just a correction for this that was done very early on. Then the next change is actually already in the resolution. If there are any no changes were made to the general considerations. And then we have the first one is in the point of noting further. The first one is by the Secretariat. It was just a typo, really. And then the second one was because also it was the wrong intention. It said strengthening the monitoring of data, but it was supposed to stay the monitoring of data sparse areas of the world. Obviously, you cannot monitor data. So this one was just mostly to correct those errors. In the next paragraph where it says request fours, we had a request from Chen to add some points on taking note the account of contributions of the polar and high mountain regions. We have moved this down to the next paragraph with because in the International Polar Year, high mountains are actually not part of the scope of that year. However, we think it was a very good addition to the document overall. And so we have moved it down to be considered under the Global Cryosphere Watch Implementation Plan, because here is where a lot of the implementation of this resolution will take place. And it will also allow for us to specifically report on the data information that work that will be done also for high mountains and polar regions together. Then there was also another addition of requesting FORS and IMCOM to ensure the views of members are taken into account in these endeavors by the President of Regional Association 2. And lastly, there was an addition to urges members to facilitate national and, which was also, I guess, a correction for a typo, international funding initiatives supporting cryosphere-related activities, and the addition of including observations as a contribution to the 5th International Polar Year and the Decade of Action on Cryospheric Sciences. And that was all the interventions, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we've had quite a comprehensive run through on all the corrections, typographic, etc., and also the contributions from EC members. I think they're quite clear. And I'd like to thank Dr. Shen, the President of Region 2, and Dr. Siwu for your interventions. The floor is open for any comments or observations or clarifications or otherwise that you might have in relation to the document as presented quite comprehensively by the Secretariat and by Dr. Scallon. Lee. Key, apologies.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rapid changes in the polar regions caused by climate change are progressing at an alarming pace, with global impacts already being felt in our daily lives. In this context, we believe that the 5th International Polar Year will play a very important role building on the achievement of the 4th International Polar Year. Today, meteorological satellites play a central role in well-established global monitoring and data exchange systems for polar observations, including sea ice. However, if we can make further efforts to expand in situ observations and use them to validate satellite products and also to improve satellite data quality, we can expect improved weather, climate prediction accuracy through monitoring, as well as numerical model data simulation. Through IPY5, I hope to see expansion of the in-situ observations and data sharing among members, which will lead to better forecasting services in polar and high mountain regions. In addition, we all warmly invite you to participate in the joint SCAR IASC Polar Conference 2030, which will be held in Korea, and look forward to your active engagement. KMA will also make an effort to bring nationwide attention to the polar environment changes and IPY5. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for that invitation. That's most welcome and kind of you to organize that committee. Thank you, or that conference. Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to seek the floor? We have the advisor to Roar Scallon.
Thank you very much. Narelle has actually said most of it already, so I won't need to keep you here for long. I just wanted to thank the delegation of Dr. Chen that we found a good compromise, which is now sponsored by both of us. And I think the changes in the work in progress need to come from a member. So this is why I'm just supporting that here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't think I see anyone else seeking the floor. So with your permission, I'm going to move to propose to approve this decision as has been presented to you during this consideration of this agenda item. So with your permission, I'm proposing that this decision has been approved by Council. Thank you very much. Right then, thank you very much, Roar and Natalia. That's absolutely excellent. Now we're moving on to item 3.3, and this relates to the recognition of centennial observation stations. This involves one resolution and one document, which is currently in draft number 1. Very good. Thank you very much. On the mini site, this is draft resolution 3.3/1. And I'm delighted to give the floor to Scientific Officer of WMO Information System Section, Mr. Pierre Heckler, who will introduce draft resolution 3.3/1. Over to you, Pierre.
Thank you very much. And I do believe we have a presentation. Next slide, please. So this draft resolution is about the recognition of Centennial Observing Station, and it contains a list of additional meteorological hydrological and marine observing stations for recognition as WMO Centennial Observing Stations. And I'm happy to note that to date, we have almost 500 observing stations recognized in our community from almost 75 countries, from all WMO regional associations, and from Antarctica. You may recall that the recognition of long-term observing stations follows an agreed mechanism with established criteria, and these are described in WMO guidelines and are also proposed to be referenced in the WMO technical regulations. Just for your information, very interestingly, the 3 oldest stations we found so far are from Brest, France. They started the observations in 1711. Uppsala in Sweden started in 1722, and Beijing, China, starting in 1724. You can imagine that this is a real treasure which helps us to contextualize our climate. Next slide, please. The recent nominations of Centennial stations revealed the need for some further clarification regarding the application of certain recognition criteria in order to make sure that the related long-term hydrological and marine time series data can be utilized appropriately. These clarifications are needed for marine observations, especially for tidal observations, as well as for the treatment of upstream river modifications, and this refers to hydrological stations. I will facilitate a discussion within the advisory board for the recognition of long-term observing stations to clarify the criteria accordingly by the end of the year, and the related station nominations will then be reassessed thereafter. I would also like to note that 2 members, China and Mongolia, submitted additional information on the national recognition of stations that have at least a 75-year observational record. And these submissions will be processed by the Secretariat in accordance to our recognition mechanism. We also received additional nominations which arrived too late for consideration by ECAT, and I would like to make sure that these nominations will be assessed for recognition then by Congress next year, so they are not forgotten. Next slide, please. So the resolution 3.3/1 invites Executive Council to acknowledge the importance of long-term observations. It welcomes the publication of the Centennial Observing Stations State of Recognitions report, updated in 2025. You can see the cover page on the site. EC is invited to note the assessment of the advisory board for the recognition of long-term observing stations. And the EC is invited to recognize 88 candidate observing stations as WMO Centennial Observing Stations. And the resolution also invites members to continue their efforts to achieve high-quality long-term Earth observations. Mr. Vice President, we received 2 interventions to this resolution under requests and invites, one of which may be spoken out by Dr. Chen or advisor. And for the second one from Dr. Teshome, the Secretariat will present text as we go through the resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Right then, we might, and have we had interventions on 2? So we might bring up the document, please, so we can talk through those interventions. One is from Dr. Chen, and the other is from the President of Regional Association number 1. So we might go to the first intervention, please, from Dr. Chen. Let's scroll down, please.
So, 我们发个言啊，高度赞赏 WMO 为推动长期观测站认定工作付出的努力，此举有效地帮助气象部门与地方政府合作，开展100年历史观测资料的拯救与整理。我们对要求会员段落做了部分的修改。随着100年站和75年以上站点不断增加，我们建议 WMO 进一步前瞻谋划，拓展内涵，指导会员深入挖掘蕴含在100年气象站的文化、历史和科技价值。100年气象观测应在保护中运行，在运行中传承，让100年站点既守护历史，也服务未来。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much. So we might highlight the text that has been proposed. So it's just being entered in now, yeah. Right then, I'll read the new sentence out. So invites members to continue strengthening their efforts to achieve sustainable, high quality, long-term Earth system observations and to promote the importance and broader cultural, historical and scientific value of long-term observations at the highest local, regional and national governmental levels as appropriate. Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else seeking the floor. Next, we had an intervention from the President of Regional Association 1. So I think, Fentina, you're taking the floor? Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair, Vice President, for opportunity. And I propose to add, after requests the Secretary General to facilitate upon request the integration of recognized station into systematic observation facility SOF mechanism with a view or to supporting the long-term sustainability and operating continuity. This is under number 2. And then number 3 is to send recognition letter to members to incentivize the various sentinel stations. That was what I proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And have you sent that text to plenary?
Yes.
So they have that text. So can you display that on screen, please? Giacomo, please. Thanks very much. Hopefully that looks familiar. Right then, so looking at the first sentence, officially recognise, is that a request to the Secretary General, Fentany, or is it part of the first requests? Part of the first requests. Okay, so we'll read that then. So it requests the Secretary General to further promote the WMO recognition mechanism for long-term observing stations, I suppose, and to officially recognise the contributions of those members operating centennial stations. All right, good. It's cleaner. So that's the first proposal. And then the second proposal is another requests. So it's requests the Commission for Observations, Infrastructure and Information Systems to consider the integration of long-term observing requirements into the Global Basic Observation System, GBON, with a view to supporting their long-term sustainability and operational continuity. Right then, so we have, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you for this opportunity. Apologies for providing intervention from the floor because we could not send a comment before the acting EC designation was finished this morning. So we recognize that long-term observing stations are irreplaceable climate heritage and serve current and future needs for high-quality climate and environmental records, and we commend WMO leadership in this issue. We would like to support the resolution by adding additional paragraph which invites members to increase their effort to document and sustain long-term observing station. So if possible, after the invites members paragraph, we would like to add a new para which reads, further invites members to identify, document and preserve candidate long-term observing stations, including through strengthened metadata management, data rescue, quality control, and national coordination to support future nominations of long-term observing stations. And we have sent the text to the plenary email. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have sent it, or you're about to send it? You have sent
we
it.
have sent
You
it.
have
Yeah,
sent it. Thank
thanks.
you very much. So, oh, it's here. It's on screen already. Apologies. Thank you very much for that intervention. Right then, I'll read it again. Further invites members to identify, document, and preserve candidate long-term observing stations, including through strengthened metadata management, data rescue, quality control, and national coordination to support future nominations of long-term observation stations. Right then, so we might scroll up to the first intervention from the President of Region Association 1 to the first requests. And the floor is open for any comments or observations or otherwise that the Executive Council might have. Okay, I don't see anyone seeking the floor. So we might move on to the next suggested change, which is the requests the Commission for Observations, Infrastructure and Information Systems, INFCOM, etc. I've already read it out. Anybody seeking the floor on that suggested change? Nope, I don't see anyone. And then in relation to the intervention we just had from Professor Fathini, also invites members to identify, etc. I don't see anybody seeking to take the floor. Right then, thank you very much. So with your permission, we'll move to the Executive Council approving this resolution as we have just outlined and presented and discussed when modified during this plenary session. Has anybody any objection? Right then, the resolution has been approved, and thanks to everybody for your interventions, and thank you, Pierre, for your presentation. Now we move on to item 4.2, and this relates to the conclusions of the 16th session of the consultative meetings on high-level policy on satellite matters. That's CM16. And this involves one draft decision and one document, document 1. And it also has an information document, document 4.1, which is on the mini site, titled High Level Conclusions from the 16th session of the consultative meetings, CM16. So now I hand the floor over to the Chief of WMO Space Systems and Utilization Section, Ms. Natalia Donoghue, who will introduce draft decision 4.2/1. Over to you, Natalia.
Thank you so much, Vice President, and thank you, Deputy Secretary General and distinguished delegates. I'm really pleased to introduce the conclusion of the 16th session of the consultative meeting on the high-level policy on satellite matters, or CM16. We met here in Geneva in WMO headquarters in March. And next slide, please. So CM16 brought together 57 participants, including representatives from WMO members, major space agencies, coordination group on meteorological satellites, committee on Earth observing satellites, to discuss the future of space-based observation and their role in supporting weather, water, and related environmental services. As you know, billions of observations collected from space to support forecasts, warning, and decision-making around the world. And literally, every member relies on satellite observations to protect life. So that was a backdrop for the discussions. And the participants considered a simple question: how we ensure that the global observing system remains fit for purpose in the era of artificial intelligence, rapidly increasing data volumes, and evolving partnerships. Next slide, please. There were several key priorities that emerged from the meetings. The participants emphasized the WMO ability to identify global user requirements, communicate the value of satellite observations, and provided a trusted forum for dialogue among members, space agencies, and other stakeholders. Space agencies also reaffirmed their support for WIGA's Vision 2050 and for key WMO priorities, including early warning for all and capacity development. Next slide, please. And of course, participants also recognize that artificial intelligence and machine learning are creating both new opportunities and new challenges for observing community. AI has potential to extract even greater value from satellite observations. At the same time, future AI-driven forecasting system may influence the type of observations required from future satellite missions. Given the long planning cycles for satellite programs, agencies highlighted the need for early guidance on emerging user requirements and more agile process for communicating observational needs. Next slide, please. Participants also highlighted the importance of ensuring that satellite data can be effectively accessed and utilized by all members. They emphasized the continued evolution of WIS 2.0, the growing role of cloud-enabled services, and the need to transform increasing volumes of data into actionable information and services. And finally, the meeting also discussed opportunities to strengthen engagements of private sector through initiatives as WMO Commons, which maintain the central role of members in MHSs. Next slide, please. So you will see the draft decision before the Council reflects the outcomes. You also see the conclusions in the informational document, as Vice President mentioned. It recognized the unique convening role of WMO and critical contribution of space agencies, again, growing importance of AI, machine learning, need for continued WIS 2.0 evolution and continue follow-up through WMO programs. The amended text will recognize the continued support for WMO CGMS virtual laboratory, which is also working with regional satellite data requirements group and related capacity development activities. And also CM16 highlighted the importance of protecting radio frequency spectrum used for meteorological and environmental observations. And now I would like to invite, I think this is it for the presentation, but we received two interventions and oh, okay, yes. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Before we do that, Natalie, thanks very much. We'll just, I'd like to request Director General of EUMETSAT, Phil Evans, to make a statement. The floor is yours, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies, gentlemen, delegates and colleagues, it's a privilege to take the floor on behalf of the Coordination Group for Meteorological Satellites, CGMS, to address the WMO Executive Council. CGMS brings together operational space agencies and WMO representing the global user community. Our shared objective is to ensure the continuous availability of satellite observations in support of weather forecasting, climate and space weather monitoring, and early warning services worldwide. Let me begin by recalling that since its inception, CGMS has effectively positioned itself within the WIGOS. CGMS is today contributing to the WIGOS 2040 vision by ensuring the continuity and robustness of the space-based component, forming the backbone of operational meteorological satellite observations. In this regard, CGMS members currently operate around 230 institutional satellites, contributing to the global observing system, including 20 additional ones since the last Executive Council, as reflected in the OSCAR database. These observations are critical for monitoring and understanding Earth system variables and account for around 90% of those data processed by numerical weather prediction, and are therefore essential to improve forecast accuracy and timeliness. Provided on a free and open basis, they directly support NMHS's and furthermore underpin key WMO initiatives, such as the expanded World Weather Watch and Early Warnings for All. Similarly, for space weather observations, CGMS members are operating a suite of sensors in diverse orbits, which together with ground-based sensing methods are essential to the effective provision of data to warning and forecast services operated by WMO members. The most recent plenary meeting, held in Seoul from the 2nd to the 4th of June, provided an important opportunity to reaffirm this collective commitment to WIGOS. It also provided an opportunity to examine existing observational gaps and to discuss how to improve access to the rapidly growing volumes of satellite data, ensuring that all WMO members, including those with more limited resources, can benefit from these capabilities. We further discussed the rapid transformation of the modelling environment, driven by advances in AI and machine learning. These developments are reshaping expectations in terms of the type, quality and timeliness of observations, and are already influencing requirements from the NWP community. In this context, CGMS is keen to work closely with WMO to better understand these evolving needs and their implications for the future observing system in order to keep a very solid and committed observation baseline from space that provides observations of excellent quality. CGMS remains fully committed to contributing to this effort through strong institutional coordination and has provided a consolidated input for the WIGOS Vision 2050 through INFCOM to support its development. CGMS members also discussed that several agenda items of the ITU WRC 2027 are of significant interest to both CGMS and WMO members, including critical threats to passive sensing bands used by NMHSs to measure air temperature, moisture, wind speed, cloudiness, and precipitation for predicting severe weather events. CGMS appreciates the advocacy provided by the WMO Space Programme in the WRC and encourages WMO members to coordinate with their national spectrum regulators to communicate the potential impacts on life-saving forecasts and services. CGMS also recognises the growing role of commercial data providers and has begun exploring, in coordination with WMO, how best to engage with the private sector while ensuring data accessibility, reliability, and long-term continuity. In parallel, capacity development remains a key priority, with initiatives such as VLab to strengthen user capabilities worldwide. However, securing sustainable funding for such training activities remains a challenge. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate the central role of the WMO Space Programme and the strength of the partnership between CGMS and WMO. We remain fully committed to further strengthening this cooperation in the years ahead. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Phil, and indeed thank you to everybody in UMETSAT for your excellent contribution to the global collaborative connective tissue that is space-based observations. Right then, we return to the document, Natalia. So you might point out the two interventions that we have, please.
So we got two interventions, one from Mr. Graham and another one from Mr. Koskun. You see, we had an additional consultation with Mr. Koskun regarding the WMO CGMS virtual lab, and we added additional text there regarding coordination with relevant WMO bodies on that. But that's what we got.
Okay, thanks very much. So we might walk ourselves through that in the document. So the first item there is we've item 6. We have a suggested removal of the text from the document. So I might hand over to Ken Graham's alternate to perhaps outline the rationale for that modification, please.
Thank you. We're just simply bringing this document into alignment with decisions made at the Extraordinary Congress, where after an attempt after the Congress in 2023 to raise funding and other resources for G3W, where that wasn't successful in the Extraordinary Congress, we decided to disaggregate the activities that supported the G3W and put them into the programs and regular lines of business. So the nomenclature, the mantle of G3W really isn't appropriate to use in this document. So we just we're bringing this alignment to that decision from Extraordinary Congress and allowing the Secretariat to focus on those activities which support Met services through their normal departments and programs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Does anybody wish to take the floor in relation to that change to the decision? Right then, I don't see anyone speaking the floor, so it's over to Dr. Koskun, and we have a new number 5, and so I'll ask you to perhaps outline your thinking in relation to that new text, please. The floor is yours, Dr. Koskun.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I welcome two outcomes of CM16 and supports the continued cooperation between WMO and space agencies. I note that CM16 highlighted the importance of capacity development mechanisms such as the WMO, CGMS, virtual laboratory, regional satellite data requirement groups, training activities and technical support programs. These mechanisms play an important role in helping members to make effective use of satellite data and products. That's why I propose the text. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Volkan. Right then, the floor is open for any comments or observations that anyone might have. We have alternate Ken Graham. Floor is yours, Courtney.
Thanks. Back to that consistency. At the Extraordinary Congress, we landed on low and middle economies, LDCs, and SIDS instead of the term developing countries, because recall the UN does not have a standard definition for developing countries. Oh, sorry, middle income countries. So low income countries. Thank you. I think it's low and middle income countries.
Thank you very much. Anybody else seeking the floor? Right, then we move on to section 6. We have a new section 6 as proposed by Dr. Koshkun again. So the floor is yours. Volkan, you might outline your rationale for that suggested change, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. CM16 also highlighted the protection of radio frequency spectrum as a strategic priority for the meteorological community. Growing pressures from telecommunications technologies might increasingly affect the spectrum bands used for meteorological and environmental observations. I therefore propose the text. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Would anybody like to take the floor in relation to that proposed change to the decision? Right then, I don't see anybody seeking the floor. So I'm proposing that the Executive Council approves this decision as has been discussed and modified during this plenary session just now. So unless anybody has any objection, the decision has been approved as outlined in the document. Thank you very much. So I think we have, thank you, Natalia. So now we have coffee, I think, waiting for us outside. So if I could ask you to come back in 20 minutes, please. And if we could find the watch. That's at 25 minutes past. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody, and we'll continue on through the agenda. And the next item we're going to be considering is item 4.3. This relates to recommendations from joint WMO IOC Collaborative Board, JCB. And this includes consideration of quadrennial WMO IOC, the WMO Okay, I've been asked to. Thank you very much. So we're moving on to item 4.3, recommendations from joint WMO IOC Collaborative Board, and we're going to be looking at the quadrennial WMO IOC Collaborative Strategy and priority areas of work. And also we're going to be looking at the governance of the Global Ocean Observation System. In this agenda item, we have 2 draft decisions, and we'll be taking draft decision 4.3/1, which is in document 1 first. And that particular decision has an information document associated with it, and that's INF 2.3(3), and it's the report of the chairs of the additional bodies reporting to the Executive Council. So now I'm going to give the floor to the co-chair of the joint WMO IOC Collaborative Board, that's Dr. Mohapatra, to introduce draft decision 4.3/1. The floor is yours, Dr. Mohapatra.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to introduce the decision 4.3.1, JCB priority activities. So can you just move to slide 2? Yeah. The JCB was established in 2019 to serve as the high-level strategic bridge between WMO and IOC of UNESCO. In response to Resolution 11 of EC 79, and to ensure JCB work remains relevant, comprehensive survey was conducted in late 2025, collecting responses from 100 agencies across 64 countries. The results were definitive. Our members have identified 4 critical pillars for joint action: the Global Basic Observing Network for the ocean, data management and interoperability, coastal and maritime resilience, and finally, capacity development. While we face significant hurdles, specifically sustained funding for observing networks and a lack of common data standards, there is a clear appetite for leveraging from programs such as the UN Ocean Decade and the Early Warning for All initiative to bridge these gaps. This feedback serves as the foundation for the strategic efforts of JCB activities. Next slide, please. So while we think of streamlining governance for impact, the justification for our proposed shift in governance is rooted in operational efficiency. Experience has shown that because the strategic planning cycles of the WMO and IOC are not synchronized, maintaining a separate, standalone joint strategy is both complex and impractical. To increase our agility, the JCB proposes a streamlined approach where we operate directly under the overarching strategic plans of our parent organizations rather than updating a separate document. This realignment is not just administrative, it is designed to allow the board to focus its resources on reinforcing collaboration across the entire value chain, from observations to services, within the 4 priority areas identified by our members. By removing the burden of a standalone strategy, we ensure our mandate remains a focused and fit for purpose. Next slide, please. Yeah. With regard to the draft decision, turning to the formal request in draft decision 4.3/1, the Executive Council is asked to welcome the outcomes of member consultation and endorse the 4 identified priority areas. This decision sets a clear timeline for the next biennium, requesting the JCB to submit a formal recommendation to EC 81 on whether a standalone quadrennial WMO-IOC collaborative strategy is actually required for approval at the 20th Congress in 2027. Additionally, the JCB is tasked with submitting revised terms of reference to EC 81 to ensure our governance framework is fully aligned with our new operational model. Finally, the decision provides a direct instruction to the JCB. We must prioritize and address the technical needs identified by members by strengthening the collaboration between the respective expert groups of both the WMO and IOC across the value chain. I just take this opportunity to thank all my fellow members from WMO and IOC for bringing out these draft decisions. With that, I turn to Chair for further recognition.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So we might actually put the draft decision up on the screen, if that's okay, please. We have a number of interventions that we've received already. One from Dr. Koshkoon and one from Professor Sarah Jones. So we might, so we have 2 interventions. We might look at the intervention associated with part 2 of the draft decision. So I might hand over to Dr. Koshkoon to outline the rationale for that suggested change, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I support the work of the joint WMO, IOC, Collaborate Board, and the priority areas identified my members. I would like to propose 2 additions. First, I believe that information on progress achieved and lessons learned would be useful for members when discussing the future WMO IOC collaborate strategy. I therefore propose adding the following text to paragraph 2. Second, I note that ocean observations, data exchange, and coastal resilience activities are important for the implementation of early warnings for all. I therefore propose, I believe that these additions would strengthen the draft decision and support future cooperation between WMO and IOC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Volkan. And for the sake of consistency with language as well, on item number 3, we might just change early warnings for all to of the early warnings for all initiative. That's just language, if that's okay, if I could ask. Thank you. It's just right then. So the floor is open for any comments or observations or other questions you might have in relation to these 2 proposed changes to paragraphs 2 and paragraph 3. I don't think I see anybody seeking the floor. So we might move on to the next intervention. There's a few small little typos. And then we've got 2 interventions from Professor Jones. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. The reason that we've put in these interventions are that we want to very strongly emphasize the need for interactions, collaboration, working together for ocean and atmosphere, both in scientific aspects, in the operational infrastructure that we support for the ocean and for the atmosphere. So that is really the background of adding these two further clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Does anybody want to take the floor in relation to those proposed changes in sections 5 and 6? I don't see anyone seeking the floor, so I propose that the Executive Council adopts this particular decision as presented on the screen, taking into account the interventions from Dr. Koshkoon and from Professor Jones. Right, then we'll take that decision as adopted. Now, next we move on to the next draft decision, which is also in document 1. And this is on page 10 of the document, and it's draft decision 4.3 forward /2. Thank you. And I will now give the floor to the Director of the Global Ocean Observation System, GOOSE Office, Ms. Joanna Post, to introduce this draft decision 4.3 /2. Over to you, Joanna.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. We had a mandate at the 32nd Assembly of the IOC to consider the reform of GOOSE. Now, the Global Ocean Observing System is co-sponsored by the IOC of UNESCO, by WMO, as well as by UNEP and the International Science Council. But the lead sponsor for GOOSE at the moment is the IOC. So following that mandate, and as introduced in previous sessions here at the WMO, I'd like to provide an update of where we are with the reform of the Global Ocean Observing System. Next slide, please. I don't think I need to tell anybody in this room how important it is to observe the ocean. It's 70% of the surface of the planet, 95% of the planet's biosphere, and we know very little about it. But we need to observe it, and we need to observe it for many reasons: for understanding the driver of the climate and the weather systems, for understanding and delivering early warning systems, for providing community resilience, including adaptation, to understand the carbon, the energy, the water cycles, and to preserve, restore, and understand ocean health, ocean biosphere, and their protection. But we also know that the ocean is vast, and no one country can observe it effectively on its own. Yet we also know that there's no mandate for countries to observe it. It's been run very much on scientific endeavor from the bottom up, and GOOSE has been now in place since 1991. But I think we really need to consider for the future how that system is operated, how it's thought about, how it's considered by member states, and how we actually need to think about a critical infrastructure for ocean observing. Next slide, please. GOOSE is co-sponsored by WMO, so naturally it's already and increasingly integrated into the work that WMO does. And we at IOC and the WMO secretariats work very closely together to contribute to WIGOS, to contribute to the WIS. And I particularly want to mention the sustainability here because the operation, sorry, I'm moving the paper out of the way. The operational framework and its coordination through GOOSE, and that includes members of the wider management team, both at the Secretariat here in WMO, in Geneva, in Brest, as well as those in Paris, and a wider management team remains financially fragile. And the system itself remains financially fragile, as well as with many point failure, really at risk at the moment.
There's also over-reliance on financial contributions from a single country that funds 55% of the global ocean observing system. And only about a quarter of the global platforms are operated through national meteorological services. This may not necessarily be a bad thing, but what is missing is really national level coordination of operational ocean monitoring and delivering that variables that you all need to deliver the early warning systems, the forecasting and so on that is required by models to deliver society's services and sustainability and security. Next slide, please. So Goose has been tasked, we at the Secretary have been tasked to undergo a reform. There's a number of challenges we're addressing: the structural complexity of the different components currently in Goose, the framework that of yesterday is not the framework we need of tomorrow, the understanding of the stakeholder alignment, both in terms of those operating the system, delivering to the system, and coordinating the system, as well as the users and the user framework. And the fact that Goose is often, or until very recently, has not really been recognized at the political level. That is changing now with the announcement by President von der Leyen last year of the importance of Goose, and we're working closely on Ocean Eye with the European Union. But there is a build-up of the awareness around ocean observing, which is much needed moving forward. So far with the reform, we had a consultation process last year. There is a long document that's been produced through that process, but there are parts of that that are being discussed at the steering committee in consultation with member states, and we welcome your feedback on what is presented so far and moving forward. Definitely to present to you today is this updated mission to lead and evolve a globally integrated, responsive and resilient ocean observing system for thriving communities in a healthy ocean. And within that context, 5 objectives are proposed: to lead the ocean observing system, to evolve a globally integrated ocean observing system, to be responsive to member states and the broader community of ocean observation providers and users, ensure resilience, and enable delivery of ocean observations and insights that have impact for thriving communities in a healthy ocean. So really defining very clearly our mission and our objectives moving forward. Next slide. Something to consider is really the sponsorship. Colleagues and I have spent a long time looking into the background documents for Goose. Goose really started as an outcome to the World Climate Conference, second climate conference, 30 odd years ago now. We are sponsored by WMO and IOC, as well as by the UNEP and the International Science Council. But if we think about sponsorship as supporting financially and resource-wise, then WMO and IOC are doing a fair share. The others are really sponsors in name only. So there's a real consideration about how we think about sponsorship and partnership within the reform proposal for your consideration. Certainly what's suggested also is that whatever that sponsorship may be moving forward, that there's a direct reporting currently to IOC and now also to INFCOM. And I think that's a real opportunity for us as Goose to deliver and report back to WMO moving forward, as well as to the IOC. I mentioned the accountability framework, really defining our edges. What Goose is and isn't is extremely important moving forward. How we deliver the data, how we connect from Goose into WMO, how we connect from Goose into other data delivery services, such as the International Oceanographic Data and Information Exchange of the IOC, as well as other spaces. Moving forward, everything is on the table at the moment for your consideration as we move forward. And there are some aspects of what has been discussed already that will be further refined through task teams that we're setting up for the next 6 months to hopefully provide a finalized proposal next year for Congress and for Assembly at the IOC. it would be helpful to have resources, but we are actually stating very clearly today that the reform is intended to be resource neutral for the WMO Secretariat. We rely very much on the scientific endeavour and on in-kind contributions from the community to move this conversation forward. But it's limited to what we can do with the resources we have. Next slide, please. So for your consideration today, the draft decision 4.32 is, as you see here, the sponsorship is the documentation that we had and identifies roles for sponsors, identifies roles for partnerships. And I think we have to really consider how those sponsors and how those partners evolve. There's also the opportunity, we don't want to close the door on the option for sponsorship moving forward. There are new multilateral agreements that will need goose data very much in the future, such as the BBNJ. And I think there should be consideration by member states of that open door for partnering for goose and the much needed ocean data that will be needed by member states to meet their commitments under a range of multilateral agreements. Goose ocean observations are needed above, in, and under the ocean and are essential for WMO services, including the Early Warnings for All initiative. We accept, obviously, the recommendations are on the table, and we'd like you to consider that there should be very clear reporting from Goose and Goose Steering Committee to the WMO and the IOC, and that the Goose Steering Committee really is empowered to do that and empowered to coordinate the other components as whatever they are as we evolve the governance of Goose moving forward. And as I said, we hope to be able to provide a proposal for Congress next year. We will then need, of course, a roadmap and an implementation plan for that proposal moving forward, hopefully towards the end of the decade. Next slide. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna. And I think we've had 2 interventions on that draft decision. So we might put those 2 interventions on the screen. The first was from Virginie Schwartz. So we might hand over to Virginie Schwartz's alternate to present that particular change. Over to you, Cyril.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Madame, pour cette excellente présentation. Et nous avons apprécié également les informations fournies par le secrétariat et le JCB sur leur programme de travail. Voilà. Et donc, puisque ça a été très éloquemment présenté dans votre présentation, Madame, je serai bref sur le rappel de l'intérêt des données d'observation de surface qui s'avèrent cruciales pour la surveillance, la prévision et la sécurité en mer. Et en particulier, au-delà des variables océaniques essentielles qui sont mentionnées explicitement dans le document du JCB, nous rappelons que les variables climatiques essentielles relevées à la surface de l'océan constituent aussi des données essentielles qui soutiennent la prestation de services opérationnels et la surveillance du climat. Et donc, en soutien aux amendements proposés par Dr. Jones sur la décision précédente, nous souhaiterions proposer un amendement complémentaire qui est assez simple, comme vous pouvez le voir, afin de mettre en valeur l'ensemble des observations, qu'elles soient faites en profondeur, à la surface ou au-dessus de l'océan, dans la perspective des orientations qui seront proposées dans la nouvelle stratégie du système global d'observation de l'océan. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Cyril. I see Penny Endersby's alternate. Simon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the co-chairs of JCB for bringing this to our attention and for the elegant presentation which we've just heard. Goose is important for the Ocean Observations Network, which is fundamental to the work we do, and we very much welcome the review of this, which will form the future governance. We do have some feedback, which is similar to the feedback from Ms. Swart's delegation. We understand that Goose now includes within its remit the ship's observations team and the Data Buoy Corporation panel. In addition to their coverage of the essential ocean variables, these networks provide vital atmospheric data, including key essential climate variables, and as such support safety of life at sea, SOLAS. It would be important to include these as explicit references in the reform proposals, and we hope to see that reflected in the discussion at EC 81. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that guidance. Right then, does anybody want to take the floor in relation to the proposed change from Virginie Schwartz on paragraph 2? I don't see anyone seeking the floor. Right then, I believe we've had another suggested change from Dr. Kushkin, so we might give the floor to you again to outline the rationale behind the modification to the text on section 4 of that decision, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I support the ongoing GOES reform process and welcome the efforts to strengthen the global ocean observing system. As the reform process is still under development, information on any potential resource and administrative implications for WMO would help members better understand its possible impacts. I therefore propose adding the text. I believe that this addition would support informed decision-making my members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Falcon. Would anybody like to take the floor in relation to that proposed change? Right then, I don't see anyone seeking the floor. So I am now going to propose that we approve the decision that you have in front of you. That's decision 4.3/2. And EC has adopted that document. That decision. So that's 2 decisions approved. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohapatra, third Vice President. Thank you very much, Albert. Thank you very much, Joanna. Greatly appreciated. Next, we move on to item 4.3. Item 5.3, and that's the WMO International Scientific and Technical Conference. And we have a draft decision in document 1. I'm going to hand over to Stefano to take this particular item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You may recall that last year at EC 79, the Council considered a proposal by the Secretary General to explore the possibility of an international conference, and in particular, a conference that could be entitled the 4th WMO Climate Conference. However, last year there was not sufficient consensus on this proposal, and it was decided to bring it again for consideration at this particular session. Now, considering the situation in which the organization finds itself today in terms of financial support, it is proposed that in light of the uncertain financial situation of the organization, the Council decides to defer the consideration of a 4th World Climate Conference that is postponed into the future, any consideration of this particular initiative. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Stefano. That's quite straightforward. Has anybody any comments in relation to that proposed decision as explained by Stefano? Okay. If we don't have any comments, I will move to a proposal to adopt this decision. That's fine. Thank you very much. The Executive Council has approved that decision. Next, we move on to item 5.4. That's theme of the World Meteorological Day 2027. And we have one decision, which is outlined again in document 1. And this is decision 5.4/1. And I'm delighted to give the floor to the Chief of Global Communication and Engagement, Miss Nantida Suran. And so I'll ask you to introduce decision 5.4/1, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, distinguished delegates. It's my pleasure to introduce this decision. Members may recall that World Meteorological Day is commemorated every year on the 23rd of March, and it is our calendar moment to raise awareness about how meteorological and hydrological services benefit society. In consultation with focal points and incorporating inputs from EC members, the theme for 2027 is proposed as Trusted Science, Better Forecasts, and Safer World. We have received 3 interventions from member Dr. Chen. The first requests the Secretary General to provide a brief explanatory note to further outreach. The second encourages the Secretary General to consult as appropriate on multilingual versions of the theme. And the third intervention requests the Secretary General to develop proposals for a common visual identity for the international commemoration of the day. And I hand over to the Chair.
Thanks very much. That's very clear. And I think the interventions from Dr. Chen are quite self-explanatory. So has anybody any comments or inputs or questions that they might have at this point? We have a flag. Yes, sorry. Ken Graham is alternate seeking the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We'd like to make an overarching comment, not to these particular edits. As a matter of principle, we do not support international theme days in international organizations. They are distracting and not focused on delivery of the organization's core mandate. By the ceremonial nature of this day, it is unclear what it will tangibly accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else seeking the floor? Right then. So before we proceed, I might ask Dr. Chen you might outline the rationale for the 3 suggested changes that you have in the document, please. Thank you.
谢谢主席。世界气象日是一个非常好的一个品牌，也是 WMO 在社会影响力和公众认知度一个重要的窗口。所以2027年这个主题，我们认为是非常好的，体现了 WMO 的核心价值。里面强调了科学是气象工作的基础，预报是气象服务的核心，和保障生命安全和促进可持续发展，这是我们共同的目标。我认为是具有很强的现实意义和时代价值的。所以我们为了这样的一个品牌能够持续的扩大和做好，我们提出了以上的案文修改。第一，就是以往我们都是发布一个主题，我们希望秘书处在发布主题的同时，能够提供一个简明的一个主题阐释的一个文件和材料，这样便于会员更好的理解和传播主题的内涵。第二，也是涉及到各个国家不同的语言，所以希望能够进一步加强多语言的这种版本之间的协调，确保不同的语言能够准确地传递出来气象日的主题精神，这样便于我们各国的公众和媒体更好的传播。 最后一点，关于世界气象日的徽标，我们和秘书处进行了讨论，我们也尊重秘书处的意见和建议，可以在未来资源更充足的条件下来考虑。在此，我们也呼吁我们希望未来我们各个成员国、会员国能够进一步的加强世界气象日的宣传，在全球的这种协同作用下，能够让世界气象日产生更广泛的影响。谢谢。
Thank you very much. And the Secretariat wishes to take the floor.
Yes, thank you very much for the very valuable inputs. And indeed, we do look to ways to improve the visibility of this day. As you noted, we acknowledge the proposal for the common visual identity. And again, I appreciate your comments that this is really subject to the resource envelope and the capacity that we have at present. So certainly something to explore, but at present, this is something we will have to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nandita. Thank you very much. Right then, unless anybody has any objection, we'll move to adopting the proposed decision as outlined on the screen. Thank you very much. Thanks, Nandita. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Now it's 4:08. We finish at 5 p.m. So I'm suggesting we bring forward item 3.4. And we'll see how far we get. So we're proposing that we move on to the first item from tomorrow morning's agenda item. That's item 3.4. That's designation and reconfirmation of WMO regional training centres. This involves one resolution and one document. The document is document 3.4. It's titled Designation again and Reconfirmation of WMO Regional Training Centres, and it includes draft decision 3.4/1. And I'm delighted to give the floor to the Scientific Officer for Capacity Development, Mr. Mustafa. And I'll hand the floor over to you now to present the resolution. Over to you, Mustafa.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Okay.
Okay, we'll try again.
Yeah. The next slide, please. I think it's good to just mention the designation process. The RTC designation process is governed by the EC criteria established in the technical regulations WMO 49, Volume 1, Appendix B. The process begins when a member proposes either a new RTC or an additional component to an existing RTC. Before moving forward, the relevant regional association assesses whether the proposal addresses a genuine regional education and training need that is not already being met by existing resources. If the regional association is satisfied, it endorses the proposal and forwards it to the Secretary General. The proposing institution then completes a self-assessment questionnaire, which is in line with the criteria, after which an external review team conducts an external assessment under the oversight of the Executive Council Capacity Development Panel. The assessment findings are reviewed by the ECCDP Capacity Development Panel, which formulates a recommendation for consideration by the Executive Council. The Executive Council makes the final decision on designation. Next slide, please. The draft resolution 3.4/1 represents the final stage of the designation process, just presented on the previous slide. Following the proposals submitted by the permanent representatives of Ethiopia and Fiji, endorsement by Regional Association 1 and Regional Association 5, successful external assessments, and positive recommendations from the Executive Council Capacity Development Panel. The Executive Council is invited to designate the Ethiopian Meteorological Institute and Arba Minch University as new RTCs in Ethiopia under Regional Association 1 Africa, and the Fiji Meteorological Service as new RTC in Fiji, Nadi, under Regional Association 5 Southwest Pacific. In addition, the draft resolution proposes extending the status of all other RTCs until future external reviews are completed and subsequent Executive Council decisions are taken. And finally, it also proposes approving the updated list of RTCs contained in the annex of the draft resolution. And there was no intervention so far, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mustafa. Very clear. So has anybody any comments or questions or observations they'd like to raise in relation to what has been presented and the proposed decision and document 3.4? I don't see anybody seeking the floor. So I propose that the Executive Council approves the decision. That's approves this draft, sorry, the resolution. Approves draft resolution 3.4/1. Right then, the resolution is approved. Thank you very much, Mustafa. Right then, we might move on to item 4.1. That's again from tomorrow morning's agenda. And this involves strengthening NMS, National Met Service integration in national delivery through the UN system and UNAIDS and providing a UNAIDS progress update. Now, again, we have one draft decision. This is draft decision 4.1/1, which is provided for you in document 1. So I'm going to hand over to Josephina to introduce this particular item. Over to you, Josephina.
Thank you, Vice President and Vice President. And actually, I would give the floor to our colleague, the head of the New York office, who is online in New York and will be presenting the draft, Laura Patterson. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Josefina. Thank you, Chair and distinguished delegates. Greetings from New York. It's my pleasure to introduce today Decision 4.1, Strengthening National Meteorological and Hydrological Service Integration in National Delivery through the United Nations System and the UNAIDS Progress Update. Now, as you can see from the INF, there are essentially two parts to this decision. One is focused on the WMO and the UN Development System, and the second is on the WMO and the UNAIDS initiative. The WMO and the UN Development System, on this item, it's important to remember that WMO is a fee-paying member of the UN Development System, as agreed in Resolution 2 of CG18. The architecture of the UN Development System is primarily driven by country-level presence of UN entities through 162 UN country teams. And this creates a structural challenge for WMO in ensuring that developing country NMHSs are consistently recognized and prioritized in national planning and investment processes, recognizing the lack of country level offices of WMO. Consistent with member state requests through the UN General Assembly Quadrennial Comprehensive Policy Review, which is the UN General Assembly resolution adopted once every 4 years to guide the work of the UN development system, which was also last agreed in December of 2024. As requested by member states in that resolution, WMO can pursue targeted actions at global and regional levels to help address this challenge and to strengthen the recognition of NMHSs within country-level planning and investment processes. The second part of the short decision, as I mentioned, is on WMO and the UNAT. UNAT is a UN system-wide initiative launched to mark the organization's 80th anniversary and to identify reforms that improve efficiency, effectiveness, coordination, and impact across the UN system. It's organized around 3 work streams with over 30 work packages focusing on specific actions. And the most relevant areas for WMO have included Work Package 8 on expertise on demand, which aims to help address the non-country residence issue that I already mentioned. Also, we have links to Work Package 27 on environment, Work Package 7, knowledge hubs, and Work Package 6, the regional reset. Also, through the High-Level Committee on Management, we are involved in 9 out of 18 of the efficiency measures identified by HLC, the High-Level Committee on Management, on IT, procurement, HR, and linguistic services. And WMO is already implementing the ERP and payroll outsourcing related to this efficiency program. And finally, there's also the section of the activities under UN80 on the mandate implementation review, which also, as described in the INF, was progressed by a UN General Assembly resolution adopted earlier this year on how mandates are created, implemented, and reviewed across the UN system. And you can see EC80 document 7.1 for more information on that. And so just to quickly go through the decision. Essentially, the first part is just to take note of the updates contained in the INF. The second part is intended to request the Secretary General to continue strengthening engagement with the UN development system at global and regional levels to enhance visibility and investment in WMO and NMHS's work. And the third part is to request the Secretary General to continue to maintain engagement with UN80 work streams and to continue to work with other major UN development system entities bilaterally to support WMO and NMHSs. And we did receive two comments in writing, which are now included in draft 2 of the decision, which has been circulated. And you can see the proposals on the second point, proposed by Graham to simplify the language significantly, also to remove the word development ahead of the word system, and then to remove all of the text thereafter. Then for the third part, there was also the request by Graham to delete the text and continue to work with major United Nations Development System agencies bilaterally. And finally, we then received the proposal from Jones to add additional text to the end of that segment, the additional text, while ensuring that this targeted collaboration strengthens WMO's distinct institutional character and core mandate as a normative, scientific, and technical agency within the United Nations Development System. That's all from me. Thank you very much. I'll hand back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Laura and Josephina. So I'll hand the floor over to Ken Graham's alternate to perhaps make any comments they might want to make in relation to those suggested changes to the draft decision. The floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you. So we want to reiterate the primacy of national ownership of development. This may include seeking support from UN agencies and external donors. However, the overarching emphasis must remain on keeping that external support as focused and time-bound as possible. It is incumbent on the UN to keep a sharp focus on transitioning all efforts to national actors guided by the receiving governments and financed by national public and private sector resources. For our member state, we consider the Sustainable Development Goals to be a form of soft global governance, and we will not recognize them as a matter of course. Finally, when considering UN 80 work, Package 27 on environmental issues, WMO should only focus on the multilateral environmental agreements to which all WMO members are party. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Has anybody any comments or questions or clarifications or observations in relation to that particular intervention from Ken Graham? Stefan, the floor is open. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I generally support that there is a very long paragraph, the second paragraph, and I'm very happy to see that it's strengthening that to continue the engagement with the United Nations system. I think that's very good. What I would like to add is that WMO is doing excellent work. It is a small UN organization, but small is often beautiful, but it often lacks visibility. And therefore, I was wondering if we're not deleting a bit too much text. Also, in light of the GIU recommendations, which we will discuss later in the agenda, I guess tomorrow morning, there's also a recommendation that directly addresses, which is directly addressed to the Secretary General, and which also supports that the visibility of WMO and the United Nations diplomatic community should be strengthened. So I wonder, well, a lot of text is delayed, but I think to increase the visibility of the WMO and the National Hydrometeorological Services, I would keep that part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think the proposal is to undelete. You might highlight that again, Stefan. To undelete. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that intervention. Unless there's anything else, yep, thank you. Anyone else wish to take the floor? Oh, Ken Graham's alternate.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Just to be consistent then with our intervention and do really like the formulation of text from Professor Jones there about our core mandates. Could we remove the word development after nations and before system? Because we were talking about the UN system writ large in the first paragraph, and then that would be consistent in the second. So in the second paragraph, or third, I'm so sorry, I said second. Third paragraph, the new text yes, Professor Jones, last sentence between nations and system is the word development, and we had removed it from the second paragraph. If we could be consistent here, then the rest is fine for us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. You anticipated I hadn't got to Jones's intervention yet, but that's fine. We'll take it in the interest of time. Thanks, Courtney. So in relation to, we might just take the intervention. So from Sarah, you might take the floor and outline your rationale for the suggested change to paragraph 3, please.
Thank you very much. So we fully support the focus on strengthening engagement with the UN system and on enhancing joint programming. But when we look at, particularly when we look at matters of weather, climate and water, it's very important because of what we offer to the UN system and because of what we gain from collaboration with the organisations who also have strong mandate in our fields, particularly with regard to water. But it's just important to emphasise that the outreach must complement and not dilute or weaken what we do and our unique role as an authoritative technical and scientific voice for weather, climate and water in the UN family. So that's really what we're trying to express with this additional intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very clear, Sarah. Thank you very much. Albert Martis is seeking the floor. The floor is yours, Albert.
Thanks so much, Vice President. And for me also, I would like to stress the need that when we are going to work together with this program, it should be that we will be partners and not that we will be include in the whole program, as already mentioned by my previous colleagues. And so we have to find a way how to put the right wording to it, that we are collaborating, because we as organization would like to work together, collaborate with the UN agencies, with the UN itself, but still that we have our own character, that we are the agency that is expressed to work in climate, water, and meteorology. So that is for sure the spirit of this document should contain that we will stay and we will collaborate. We will not be included in the UN program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Albert. Right then, thank you very much for your engagement and your changes to this particular document. So unless anybody else is seeking the floor, I'm proposing that the Executive Council approves this particular decision as set out in front of you on the screen just now. The floor is open to Mr. Evan Thompson, President of Regional Association 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just having a bit of a challenge trying to understand the removal of the word development from the United Nations Development System, which I understand is the name of the system. I don't know how we could align ourselves to what are we therefore aligning ourselves to or strengthening our engagement with? Are we speaking about a particular system that was established with a specific purpose? So taking the word from it no longer refers to that system. And I'm having a challenge with that. I believe that the word development has to remain if we are speaking about a particular system to which we are aligned. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So you're suggesting to undelete development, is that correct? In paragraph 3, is that correct?
As well as paragraph 2, in the first sentence of paragraph 2.
Okay, so you're suggesting to undelete the word development between nations and system. Is that correct, Evan? And to undelete the word development in paragraph 3 as well, between United Nations and system.
That is correct. And I'm also wanting to suggest that after speaking about the United Nations Development System, we also put in brackets UNDS, because I believe that's what it is. There's a specific name for the system that we are speaking about. That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you very much, Evan. So you're suggesting putting in UNDS at the end of United Nations Development System in paragraph 2. Is that correct? Yeah. Thank you very much. So the floor is open for any comments or queries or clarifications or observations that anyone might have. I don't see anybody seeking the floor. So I am proposing that the Executive Council approves the decision set out here in front of us following the interventions we've had this afternoon and up to this meeting. Right then, the decision has been approved. Thank you very much. Next, we move on to item. Now we're going to stop. Okay, because we have to organize ourselves for tomorrow. Yes. Right then. So we'll pause at this stage on the agenda and we'll resume at item 5.6 tomorrow morning. Is that correct? And we'll hand over for any announcements we might have. So in relation to the activities for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a few announcements for this evening. There is the joint session with the private sector that is going to be on the rooftop. So through the elevator, you'll press A to go to the rooftop. That's in Salle D, as in Delta. And it's limited for EC member, only one participant. If there's a delegation, it's only one participant who should attend that session. It's the open consultative platform jointly with the private sector. And immediately after that session at 6:30, we are going to have the Secretary General and the President reception also in Salle D, and that's going to start at 6:30. List of participants for the session today is going to be available on the websites for those who would like to consult the list. And also all the photographs taken this midday at noon, they will also be available at the websites. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So we'll pause the plenary session here and we'll resume tomorrow morning with item 5.6. That's resources mobilization strategy and financing partnerships.
In the afternoon.
That's the afternoon. Oh, sorry. Apologies. That's in the afternoon. Yes.